Boom, bop, beam, bop, bam. Welcome back to the Fire Games, folks. We are shiny hunting that Beldum tonight. On the last stream, we did get the shiny Rayquaza, which is amazing. But we're on to bigger and better things now. Maybe. The Beldum. So the problem here is, on the last stream, I had a little bit of an issue with the Beldum. We were getting the same natures consistently, which is a bad thing. Sometimes they're going to overlap. But I think I've got it fixed to some degree here. Yes, I'm seeing a lot of different natures. Some can overlap, that's fine. But they just cannot be consistently overlapping. So we're going to get us the shiny Beldum tonight. We'll give it a go. We'll see how it happens. And I've been spending my time before the stream watching Kanto XP on Twitch, I do believe. Yes, it was Twitch. Yes, he's got an amazing channel over there. What he's doing, he's shiny hunting in Gen 1. Sorry, I'll get it together here in just a second. I gotta get a little rhythm going on. Let's see, if I click the nickname, it's gonna be way off target. Boom, boom. Alright, there we go. So yeah, like I was saying, I was watching Kanto XP on his Twitch channel, and let me tell you, shiny hunting on Gen 1 is something you just don't see very often. So I definitely recommend checking that out. He also has a YouTube channel. He's one of the best new poke YouTubers in my opinion. He's got a great channel over there. See, I keep doing that. I keep like hitting nickname, and you would think just exit out of it. It's not that simple. Let me get in a little bit of a rhythm here. Actually, I'm getting all messed up. I said I had it all fixed. Look at me now. All right, but yeah. So he's shiny hunting on Gen 1 for a shiny Charmander, and I know you think that's crazy. I thought it was crazy too, but you can actually shiny hunt in Gen 1, but you gotta check the stats, and then you gotta level it up, check the stats again, and I believe level it up again and check the stats, and then that's how you'll know if you have a shiny Charmander or not. A very tedious process, but would be definitely worth it, because not a lot of people can claim they have a Gen 1 shiny Pokemon. Hasty Nasty. So I'm running into the same issue again. So basically the way I fixed it was I actually walked back and forth. Wait a second, hit that. Wait a second, hit that. And that makes them pretty offset. See, I got impish, calm, serious, serious, calm, relax, brave, rash. Okay. A little bit better. Some of them are good. And you know, there's really no like rhyme or reason for it. When you soft reset in Pokemon Ruby, it shouldn't act like Pokemon Emerald. Because Pokemon Emerald, whenever you soft reset, it goes basically back to the same frame. And that's what makes shiny hunting in Pokemon Emerald so difficult. Because essentially you're just hitting the same frames there. And I see a docile, adamant, calm, sassy, relaxed, docile, serious, hardy. Alright, so we got a lot of different ones there. So whatever I did there worked out very well. I think if I just take it a little bit slower, then they... Lonely. Not one of my better rolls. But like I said, I think if I go slow through that process, because I'm running at 240 frames per second, it's just, they get really off sync. But I'm starting to believe, alright, so that was a good one there, because I think I went a little bit slower. I'm starting to believe that it acts differently in a cave versus what you would say like in a route, shiny hunting, soft resetting. Still trying to figure out that, but shouldn't take too long. Boom. Alright. Let the people know. Let's get this shiny Beldum. Don't forget to like and subscribe. Let's get this shiny Beldum. Don't forget to like and subscribe. Alright, here we go. Log out of the OBS. Minimize it anyway. So I can't just haul-tail it on this one. Unfortunately, I think I gotta be a little bit slower. For a little bit anyway, so I find a really good rhythm with it. But I feel like if I go really quick, I got a lot of quiet on that one. Quiet, 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 quiet. I got calm, emphasis. Yeah, see, it's exactly not what we want. But I've noticed, walk back and forth, go real slow on it. And then you check it. See how many different ones we got there versus what we were getting. Which even then, it's like there's still some overlappage, which is what I'm trying to avoid completely. Now, of course, some will overlap. Let's see. Take Pokeball. Well, you don't want it to consistently overlap that much, because at that point you need to save either at different times to put your guys in different spots, or try and select the Beldum at different times, which is essentially what I'm trying to get the game to do. So I'm seeing a lot more natures, a lot of different natures here. I've seen docile, bashful, bold, timid, sassy, bashful. Not the best. But, I mean, hey, I think it still beats soft resetting. And we are getting fresh. Like, whenever we're soft resetting, the only problem is they're going back to the same frame. That's why it's acting more of like a cave. Because when you're soft resetting for a starter, one factor is that it also kind of has a little second to wait. And I'm starting to realize that this is what took me so long on the Lilip hunt, is whenever you get your Pokemon, the game acts like it's an immediate grab. Alright, so we're doing a little bit better here. See two timids. I got serious, hardy, careful, rash, hardy, and docile. Alright, you know what? That's good enough for me. I feel like we got enough. Because like I said, some of them may get on the same frame, and I'm cool with that. I think if I just go a little bit slower, if I go a little bit slower through that process, there we go. Well, see, I went really fast there because I backed out. So I might get a lot of the same things, yep. So I've got to go slow through that process. This is weird because I'm in a house, it's acting more like I'm in a cave. That's cool though. We can figure our way around that. I mean, we've done a lot of cave shiny hunting. Yes. Go a little bit slower through here. No. Adamant, quiet. Alright, you know, that's interesting. You know, one of these screens, we're going to save this guy, just for whatever reason. We'll have him saved right here. We'll have him kind of start off our journey. Oh, that was smooth. Yeah, this Beldum hunt is actually pretty tricky now that I'm getting into it. There we go. It's got some complicated steps to it. And for whatever reason, the Lilip hunt is similar to this but different in a way, because there's an added step to the Lilip hunt but it causes everything to kind of get off sync, if you will. Boom. Alright, let's check this. Relax, modest, gentle. Alright, this is looking a lot better. It's not perfect. I see too timid, but I also see relaxed, gentle, naive, modest, gentle, calm. So we're getting a lot of different roles now, so that might be the best we can do. I mean, hey, so we get one in really six different roles instead of 8, but and you know, every time we found a shiny, you know, it pops up on one screen. You know, I'm just trying to avoid the disaster of a shiny popping up on 2 screens. Because that can happen. And I said every time, I mean, there was one time we found a shiny on 2 screens. We have found like 20 shinies on this channel the past 2 months. But there was one time, and it was in a cave. Still trying to figure out that RNG factor on the soft resetting. But we found 2 shiny Zubats, which is pretty amazing because we found them pretty quickly into the stream. Then about an hour or 2 later, we found, you know, a shiny Spheal, was it? And then also later in that same stream, we found and caught shiny Groudon. Hardiemon. Alright, so we're getting a lot of different rolls here. I'm liking this. And I feel like if I just go a little bit slower with it, that's what's going to make it happen. Oops. I'll forget about that one screen. Alright, so we're doing better with it. We're doing better. I'm definitely not doing myself any favors with this speed. Sometimes you don't even get the ball. Alright. It's not one of my better hunts. I'll give you that. It's definitely not one of my better hunts. Let's see. Route hunting is like the most simple thing ever, because as soon as you soft reset and you start hunting and you start running away, you're good. You are good to go. Alright, boom. And see, the thing here is it's so quick to say, take a Pokeball or give a nickname. I need to hit. Oh. Yeah, see, one I've got to hit yes, one I've got to hit no. So that makes things very off sync in the worst way. This is a very tricky hunt. Well, I know it can be done. And at this rate, I mean, like I said, even if we're getting like truly 6 different Pokemon instead of like 8 different Pokemon, I'm okay with that. Let's see, we got 2 mild. I got bashful, brave, lonely, mild, quirky, and rash. So that's actually pretty decent. I'll actually take this. What's up, dude? Hit 400 resets and called it. Yep. And like I was saying earlier, when I was starting the stream off, I was watching Kanto XP. Kanto XP, ladies and gentlemen, is one of the best new PokeTubers out there and has a phenomenal Twitch channel. He is shiny hunting Charmander on Gen 1, which is a very tedious process. And if you don't think you can shiny hunt on Gen 1, you're wrong. Kanto XP here is defining the odds of what's possible and what's not possible in the world of Pokemon. You can shiny hunt in Gen 1, but you gotta check the stats, and then you gotta level it up. Then you gotta level it up again and make sure, you know, the stats match every time. And then you transfer it over to Gen 2 game. It's gonna be really worth it. Like I said, it's a very tedious process, but it's gonna be very, very much worth it. Because not a lot of people have a shiny Gen 1 Pokemon. Relax. One of my worst rolls yet. Like I said, I'm trying to You know what? I got an idea. I see the issue here. This guy right here, he needs to come stand right here. Alright, there we go. Yeah. This is definitely one of my more tedious hunts. This is, you know, it's not as simple as the whole soft reset. Run up to the Groudon, run up to the Rayquaza. You know, we were getting Rayquaza encounters like every 4 seconds. And see, that's the thing here, is that it immediately goes into, once when you get it, what do you want to give it as a nickname? Which doesn't give me time like for really like to have it very offset, so I can click the Beldum at different times. Yeah, because accidentally hitting the give nickname like slows it down tremendously. But as you see here, this is actually decent. I've got 3 lonelies. I've got everything else pretty much different. So I'm trying to avoid that. Let me look at something else here. Oh, that's great. That's great. That's great news. That just made me feel so good. Because these that say lonely here, they've got different stats. Except for these guys. These got different, same stats. So they might actually be the same frame, unfortunately. But these 2 lonely, they've got different defense. One's got a 12 defense, one's got 11. So I love that. Perfect. Alright. We can rock and roll with this. I see what I'm saying. This is wild. Gotta get a better system going on. Alright, this guy, I'm gonna get him off that. Get him off that noise over there. Alright. Save. Alright, I think this will be a little bit better of a workflow. And then you can still get very offset. Serious, serious, timid, bold, naughty, careful, gentle. Alright. We'll run with it. Like I said, this is going to be one of the more tedious hunts. Steven had to leave it in a house instead of out and around, but it's okay. A little shiny hunt for this bad boy. Alright, this is doing better. I'm happy with this. I think I finally got this going. To some degree. And that's manageable to shiny hunt with. Like I said, I might have to just go a little bit slower through here. And then I can really pick up the speed right here. Boom. Perfect. Alright, I got a good little workflow now. Boom, boom, boom. I think as long as I go slow through here, I'm giving it time to offset, if that makes sense, on all the screens. So I got timid, timid, brave, naive, adamant, adamant, timid, naive. Alright. I think the more I keep worrying about it, the worse it's going to get. And the slower we're going to go. So we got this figured out. Let's see here. Do that. Boom. Alright, let's get this guy. Walk back and forth. And I think that's about all the time I need to really give it. Naive, hardy, yes. Alright, you know what? Because I'm good with that. I'm good with that. What's the nature you want? You know, I like, what is it? Relax. Relax is a really good one in my opinion. I forget which ones do what. As far as, I've got a little thing over here, just a little magazine. I can tell you, It's like the natures, and it's like, because there's more natures than I thought there was. You know, I thought for whatever reason there was only like 12 natures. No, there's like a bunch. I'm trying to think. I'm looking at the old original guide for this game. Actually, I'm not even sure. Well, they should have some kind of information about natures somewhere in here, but I don't know why I thought I'd just be able to flip to it quickly. Thought it might be in this area. But yeah, it pretty much breaks down like the natures. Like quirky might mean like a fast, and then like a add a speed to like a, because you know each nature I think takes away a stat and then adds a stat. And I totally forget which each one is. I like quirky. I like relaxed. I feel like it's a good mindset to be. Mild, quirky, lax, mild, brave, mild, hardy. Yeah, so I still might be in that situation where no, I did not. Boom, perfect. Sometimes if you get very offset like that, it's easier just to reset, because going at 240 frames per second, someone typically goes faster than the other guy, so that was rare that they all stayed in sync so well like that. That was amazing. Let's see, bashful, quiet, rash, quiet, bashful, impish, quirky. Yeah, like I said, ideally I would like to have a lot more different natures, because I feel like every once in a while there would be like two screens kind of overlapping on the same frame. Not just coincidentally got the same nature. I think they're actually straight up on the same frame. But let's see here. Serious, relax. Yeah, like this. Somebody here. There's got to be a better way. Ooh, that was really fast. Hey, and that worked out pretty well too. And that's what I did with the Lilliput, so I think I might just do what we did with the Lilliput and just go really fast. Because like I said, we're going at 240 frames per second. So I got bashful, quiet, lonely, gentle, bashful, jolly, and bashful. I feel like it's the same. It's very interesting. That was a super fast one. Yeah, my method of shiny hunting here is not the cleanest. Let's see, calm, gentle, calm. Yeah, I feel like it gets worse if I go really fast with it. So if I slow down when I get to here, I feel like it slows it down. Take the ball, yes. Now, let's see if my theory is correct. Modest, naughty, careful, modest, careful, serious, modest. Not really. This is atrocious shiny hunting on my part. Let's see. Oh, I could just keep doing this. Just go fast with it. I might just do that. Boom, boom, boom. You know, eventually, I mean, we will hit the shiny, but adamant, relaxed, adamant, quirky, serious, bashful. It's like consistently, we're only getting 5 different Pokemon, I feel like. No, just because they got the same natures doesn't mean it's the same Pokemon. But there's always a good chance of that. But, who knows? We'll go for speed. Interesting, yeah. There's a few of them there that's... Not one of the cleaner hunts, I'll tell you that. Look at me. Alright, here we go. Boom, boom, boom. That's a fairly same roll. You see, this is the part that gets me every single time. I've got take the Pokeball, which I need to choose yes. Want to give Beldum a nickname? I need no. That's what's making this such a tough hunt for me. Because when you're in, you don't have these problems when you're out in the route. You know what I'm saying? Shiny hunting is way different. And when I was in the lab getting Laleep, he apparently had some kind of dialogue to me to where it kind of gave time. Take the Pokeball, yes. So that's what I'm thinking. If I go a little bit slower here, we get offset, but that theory was debunked. Impish. Yeah, see, those are consistently hitting on the same frame. Let's see what we got here. Modest, quirky, Donald, Soul. Alright, I'm not going to give up on it. Pretty much at this point, I've accepted that some of them might be on the same frames, but it's not always the same, like, screen imitating the same screen. Sassy, adamant, modest, careful, serious, gentle. Hey, this is actually a pretty good pull right there. I went really fast with it. Wait, is there any like copies here? So this is exactly what I need to do. And I think I just went really fast with it. Did I just figure it out? Impish, quirky. Yep. Alright. So I think I've got it figured out to some degree here. It's just speed. Let's see. Oh, I didn't even get the Pokemon. There we go. Calm, rash. Alright. We're gonna keep it rolling, folks. So anyway, yeah, like I was saying earlier, I was watching Kanto XP, his stream. He's shiny hunting a Charmander in Gen 1, which I just think is a phenomenal idea. It's very tedious. Like, if you think this is tedious, your work is not exactly cut out for you. It's a very hard hunt. So my hats are off to you, Kanto. See, we're looking good here. I mean, we're getting a lot of different ones. Relax, quirky, hasty, lax, not relax, but lax, sassy, hasty, docile, bold. Love this. And pretty much all I'm doing is just that right there. And I'm not going to worry about it. If I get one or two screens that are like off sync or offset or something like that, I'm not going to sweat it. I feel like it will just slow us down. And I feel like eventually if we keep going fast enough, we'll get it. Got the clicky hands. Let's see here. Alright, 1 Mississippi, 2 Mississippi, 3 Mississippi, 4 Mississippi. I did not even take the ball. There we go. Alright, 1 Mississippi, 2 Mississippi, 3 Mississippi, 4 Mississippi, 5 Mississippi, 6 Mississippi. Yeah, so this is a hunt. Whoops. And because I feel like some of the frames because I just don't have enough room in this house to really accomplish what I need to do. One or two of the frames might be the same, but like I said, we're okay with that. As long as we get some speed, we're good. And I feel like I'm getting a little bit more of a rhythm now. Get that muscle memory, you know? Boom. Alright. Here we go. Nice. Alright. It's just, you gotta be kind of quick with the hands when you go through there, but if you do, I mean, hey, this is basically what I'm wanting. Naughty, hasty, jolly, modest, brave, quiet, naughty, docile. Alright, cool. Alright, and I'm not going to waste a lot of time on checking the natures now, or even checking for the shiny for that matter. It should stand out, the shiny, because he's got that blue sprite. He's got that more of a silver sprite when he turns shiny. So I feel like just not having blue there is going to really catch my eye. This is one. Alright. And nothing. Alright. I mean, I knew this wasn't going to be an easy hunt, but I wasn't ready for this meticulous style hunting, but we'll get her one way or another. Like I said, yeah, that's about as much time as I'm going to spend looking at the shiny sprite, or I mean looking at the sprites, looking for the shiny. Yeah, we're going to make it flow. Perfect. Keep up this speed right there. And we should have it in about 6 hours. I'm just kidding. It shouldn't take that long, because I've got a really good speed with it, and we're still hitting probably about 5 to 6 different at least every time. I mean, I'm just kind of spoiled because it's like if I got 8 screens, I'm typically hitting 8 different Pokemon, and we're typically doing it pretty fast too. So that's why I'm just going to focus a little bit more on the speed here, because otherwise this could be a very long shiny hunt if I don't focus on the speed aspect. That's kind of my whole thing is, you know, we need to find a shiny on every stream, and we've been doing a very good job on that. We've had multiple streams where we found 3 shinies. I think we've only had one stream where we caught 3 shinies. We had the first stream where I found 3 shinies on one stream. One was a shiny Gloom in the Safari Zone, and it got away from me. And that's probably another factor. The shiny decks, yeah, that worries me. I might as well though. I mean, because I've got so many. If you look at like my Pokemon, I mean, you know, these are the ones that we just got in the party, but it's like we've got a bunch. There's Fifi, Kanto. I want to show you him. It's probably good. Yeah, we got Sassy for the nature. I only had one luxury ball. I really wanted to get him in that luxury ball, but we didn't master ball him. So there's that. We did not master ball him. Believe it or not, that's crazy. That was the 3rd shiny Rayquaza. And there's Fifi, or excuse me, Fiji, and then Fifi, Fred, Fooey, Foxy. Let's see, who else do we got? Fang, shiny Crobat. We got Finn, the shiny Zigzagoon. We got Foot, the shiny Kecleon. Let's see, take the Pokeball. We got a shiny, I don't think it's in the party. Yeah, it's not. But we have a shiny Walrein named Flip. Let's see, what else did we get? Oh, we got the shiny Duskull. I've yet to evolve it, but his name is Fear. We have 2 shiny Wingulls. I named both of them free. The reason why I got 2 is because I kept shiny hunting for Tentacle, which I finally did get. I named it Fury. Whoops. There we go. Quickness. Alright. I see that shout out on Threads. I appreciate that, Kanto. I got my phone link to my computer. It gave me a little update, which is really handy. Like when I'm on my computer, I'm not near my phone, and I get like a text or something, or I get a phone call. Yeah, my computer like basically lets me know. I love that. Most people probably already had that for years, but I'm not very tech savvy, and just got my first computer about long ago, probably about 2 months ago, something, give or take. So I'm so behind on technology. It's so funny to me that I get a computer and the first thing I do is I start playing a video game that's 23 years old. Yeah, this is... See, when you click nickname on accident, because I'm moving so fast, nothing's going to be on the same thing. So you might as well just reset, because then you got to go and individually get everything off the nickname thing. It ain't worth it. We're here for the speed. Boom. Oops. There we go. Yeah, dude, I appreciate it, man. Always very supportive of the channel. Well, like I said, I mean, you're one of the best new PokeTubers out there, man. And look at me. But yeah, your channel actually has a lot of value. You know, it's very educational. It's and at the same time very nostalgic. So you're hitting a lot of good niches there, and a really rare niche in the Gen 1 shiny hunting. Yeah, I mean, I believe that's amazing. So I mean, yeah, you got a really good thing going on there. Ah. And I'm still trying to figure out a lot of things, from streaming, just yeah, just how to work a computer, to be honest. Like save, like not save files, but just files, like in general, file management. I'm starting to learn about that the hard way. Which, I mean, I've got room. It's just like things get messy. Like, I gotta find things, and then I go to upload shorts, and it's just like, it doesn't take very long. Like I said, I've had this computer for 2 months, and whenever I go to like, you know, I might. So my workflow is pretty crazy when it comes to videos. What I've been doing lately is I'll start on my phone. I'll start on CapCut, and I'll make something, and then I'll send it to my computer, and then that's where I'll do a voiceover. And then depending on how I like the voice, because I do a voiceover in Adobe Premiere Pro, sometimes I might send it to CapCut and let them actually do something with it, or do something in CapCut on my computer, and then I might send it back to my phone, because it's easier to edit certain things on my phone. So it's like I bounce around a short like so much before it's actually released, and then it's like I have like different copies of that same short, you know. So like if I have a, for example, what I did for the reaction of Shiny Groudon, I started with Groud, and then if I got it to next point, it was Groudon, and then the final finished project should be Groudon Shiny. It's the way I label it, so I know in my head if it says Shiny on the file, it's ready to go and upload. That's just kind of the workflow I've had to have lately, but it works. Let's see here. Boom. Oops. Here we go. And nothing. All right. This is crazy. I get so offset. I mean, I'm not complaining, but I mean, it's definitely one of the more tedious shiny hunts that I've done. So it's gonna be really worth it when I find this guy. Just so I can be like, now we can do something different, something a lot easier on my end. Like literally the Reggies, Reggie Ice, Reggie Steel. Those are gonna be next after Beldum. I just gotta figure out how to decipher, what is it, Braille? Because you gotta like kind of learn the Braille. But it'll be a lot easier than this. We'll get encounters a lot quicker too. Like we'll get encounters like every 4 seconds instead of every 6 or 7 with this. Alright, see, I'm going really fast there, but at the same time I'm getting hasty, and bashful, hasty, bashful, hit timid, serious. Ugh. Some yucky rolls there. So I feel like some of them are on the same frame. Yep. Which, I mean, hey, at least we're all in the same frame, I guess, right? Yeah. Don't judge me by my shiny hunting methods tonight, please. There. I'm just trying to get the job done. We cannot be serious right now. Just don't understand why it's... Because it's not... It's a very interesting, or it's very hard for me to explain. Because Pokemon Emerald, this is Pokemon Ruby, but Pokemon Emerald, whenever you soft reset, you go back to the same frame. And there's even a name for that frame. I believe it's A50 or A0 or something like that. And I believe that's how Pokemon Ruby will work if you're inside a building or inside a cave. Is what I've noticed. It makes things a little bit more difficult. Let's see here. Boom. But we're still figuring things out. It's my first ever shiny only playthrough, and honestly my goal was to do this before Sun and Moon came out. Not Sun and Moon, but what is that game? Winds and Waves. To have that done by the time Winds and Waves comes out, we're pretty much already done with it now. So I had to do a shiny only playthrough of Pokemon Crystal. So we'll do that. I'm really looking forward to that. I can't tell you which game I played more as a kid. Probably Gen 1 games I played more, but I played an awful lot of Gen 2 and Gen 3 games growing up. So, yeah. I'm really excited about the Crystal playthrough. And Crystal's got an easier RNG factor with it, kind of like Pokemon Ruby, which is why I chose Pokemon Ruby over Emerald for a Gen 3 playthrough. But, you know, there's ways around, you know, shiny hunting on Emerald with emulators, but it's basically like what we're doing here on this hunt. That's why, like, you may see, like, you know, some of them have the same nature. It's like, it's a lot of the same resetting, but it's different in the fact that every time you reset in Emerald, if I'm not mistaken, you go back to the exact same frame that you were just at. Which makes it even more difficult to shiny hunt. especially for a starter when you're just soft resetting every time. Yeah, I'm not getting what I'm wanting out of this hunt. At this point, I'm just hoping for a lot of luck and we get it fast. I don't even care if we get it on multiple screens at this point. That just means we're working harder for it. Didn't want to do it, but we'll do it. Let's see, serious. It's not too bad. Gentle, careful, hasty, serious, timid, sassy. So, what was that? 6 rolls on 8. It's not the worst. Oh yeah, dude. Of course. No, I enjoy the streams actually. No, you got a great stream going on over there on Twitch. And again, if you are watching live or you are watching after the broadcast, Kanto XP on Twitch has got something brewing over there, folks. He is shiny hunting on Gen 1. I believe Pokemon Red, shiny hunting for Charmander. And before you say you can't shiny hunt in Gen 1, you can. You just gotta check the stats a certain way. I mean, Kanto XP, he knows how to do it. And then if you finally find it, you can swap it over to Gen 2 and you'll see the shiny sprite. So I believe just what's really cool about that, obviously, is not a lot of people have what you can call a Gen 1 shiny Pokemon. So I just think that's amazing. Again, you gotta switch it over to see the shininess, but I just think that's amazing. Really cool, because, you know, as shiny hunters, we want something rare, you know, and that's rare. And it's also a very tedious process. My hat's, like I said, my hat is off to him. So I noticed that all 3 of those, I guess what you're looking at is this side, they were all clicked at the same time, but because I went slower, I got mild, adamant, and careful. So I like that. How do you have 8 going? Oh, thank you for asking. So, Pokemon Ruby cartridge, GB flash dumper. Take a USB cable, connect to the PC, and then the important part to actually make it effective, which sometimes it still is not even effective. Duplicate the ROM and the save files. Then go in and alter the save files to where you're at different times. For example, here, I'm not sure how well it shows in the OBS, but these are saved at different times, like 11 or 11824, 11832, and on a typical shiny hunt of this type, where I'm selecting the Pokemon, whether I'm getting a fossil or getting a something like a starter, where I'm having a soft reset, I've got room to where, like, I'm not having to really do this. So it's a little bit better of a shiny hunt. You get a little bit more odds. I feel like whenever I soft reset, because I'm in a house, it acts like a cave. There's a lot that goes into shiny hunting. And it's different between games. Like, even though Pokemon Ruby and Pokemon Emerald are same generation, you know, it's like the shiny hunting, like the RNG factors are vastly different. And so basically my big concern here tonight is getting a lot of the same Pokemon. You know, I've got 8 screens. I want 8 different Pokemon. I've got Lax, Hardy, Bold, Bashful, Hardy, Impus, Quiet, and Jolly. Now, some natures will overlap coincidentally, but when it's happening a lot consistently, that's what you don't want to happen. Enjoy the hunt. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Great work on the advertisement. Awesome. Yeah, dude. I appreciate that. I figured, you know, it's a great idea. It's hard to push, you know, long form content to people without having a really good thumbnail. It's like, you know, I'm such a new YouTuber. I'm not very technologically advanced. So until I get a little ground on me, I think it's a great strategy too. Like you said, you know, make a shorts feed, kind of get people to push to watch the streams or come into the live streams, or you know, I made a Vegas video where I was out in Vegas, and it was like I angled it as is Pokemon, or is Las Vegas the greatest Pokemon city in the world? And then I made a short trying to, you know, get people to just watch that video. So I'm not sure how effective that particular video was, but I feel like this has been helping me out a lot. So I appreciate confirming that. It was funny, right before I went live, someone on my TikTok page commented, because I was literally doing the same thing, but, you know, getting people, it literally says, check out my YouTube. Someone commented, you're on TikTok, buddy, not YouTube. Like, yeah, and I commented back like a smart A. I said, yeah, I know, what are you still doing here? Go check out my YouTube, dang it. A laughing emoji. So it's like, at least you got the idea. Like, this is an advertisement more than anything. What, are you not entertained? Is this your first shiny hunt live? No. I've actually caught about 20 shiny Pokemon on this channel over the past 2 months. On the very last stream, we got a shiny Rayquaza that we found, and we caught it. Stream before that, I found 2 shiny Rayquazas, you know, at different times, and both of them got away from me. He knows Outrage, so he gets confused and he knocks himself out. So on the third one, we finally got it. I started this channel shiny hunting, or starting my live shiny hunting Mudkip, but I didn't have any luck. For one, I wasn't running this many screens. I wasn't going this fast. I'm running at 240 frames per second. And I gave up on Mudkip, unfortunately. I mean, I did my first 5 streams was shiny hunting for Mudkip. So I took a break on one stream and we did a Trico, and then we found shiny Trico in like 3 hours, even going at regular speed. And so from there, let's see, what did we get? Shiny Minun. We got I can kind of show you what we got here. We got a shiny, that's from the shiny Bagon that we got. I'm surprised that we got shiny Bagon before we got what was it? The shiny Golbat that popped up like 100 times. Shiny Solrock. So yeah, I mean, Bagon was, I got really lucky on that one. This is one of my worst hunts. This hunt is very similar to the hunt that I'm doing right now. It causes for it to be a very long hunt, but this guy's very worth it. Do not sleep on the Leap and Credillia, y'all. Like, look at these stats. I mean, it's got really good defensive stats. Its speed atrocious, yeah, but it's got good HP. I feel like it's all around good defensively good Pokemon, and the point for having it is the ability firmly anchors the body. I ran into a shiny Makahito on Victory Road. I wasn't even shiny hunting like this. It was just coincidental, and he used Whirlwind and got away from me. So I was like, yeah, that's not happening. Went and got me a shiny Laleep, because this is a shiny only playthrough. I'm only catching shiny Pokemon. Like, for example, this guy knows Rock Smash and Cut. My Warren knows Surf, Waterfall, and Dive. This is who we got on the last stream, Sassy Fifi, and we got a shiny Groudon. Y'all. So that's where we're working at, a non-shiny Beldum. So, but this is my first shiny only playthrough, my first like kind of idea of a stream. Been streaming for the past 2 months. I wouldn't say consistently. I would say sometimes I do 3 days a week, sometimes I do 5 days a week. I need to get a little bit more of a schedule there, but I feel like we've done fairly well for finding shinies. I've been surprised. I didn't think it would be this great. And finding that shiny Trico is one of the best moments in my life. I know that sounds lame, but I've just never caught a shiny Pokemon OG odds. And, you know, sometimes, you know, which I thought I would catch more flack, you know, from shiny hunting like this and playing Pokemon like this. But, the fact of the matter is, I don't have enough years in my life, I do not believe, to do a shiny only playthrough on a console, soft setting, resetting, slowly resetting, because I want to do a shiny only playthrough. But these save batteries in the cartridges, they last 10 to 15 years. It's smart just to back up your save battery anyway and go ahead and put it in the GB flash, and have it on a computer, so when you're shiny hunting you don't lose those shinies you spent so much time hunting for. And also, I have fun doing this. Video games are supposed to be fun. If someone's having fun, I mean, you really shouldn't hate on them. I'm not. And I get their point, but again, my biggest point is I have fun doing this. I love doing this. I actually watch shiny hunts myself. There's other YouTubers that I watch that do this. And yeah, I enjoy it. I wanted to do it myself. One of the reasons for even starting a YouTube channel, because this is my end game, and this is what I knew I wanted to do once I got a computer. And I actually enjoy when people like give me crap about, like, you know, having a computer that could run pretty much anything, but I'm running a 23-year-old video game. But it'd be like that. Let me see what my first shiny was. Alright, you said for real crashing? Alright, I appreciate it, Kanto. Thank you so much for coming in, man. And I always appreciate your support. And like I said, guys, Kanto XP has a really good Pokemon channel that I do recommend. He's got value, more value than I got on my channel, because he's actually very educational with his videos. And on Twitch, he's been streaming, and that's what I was watching before I went live. Is I was watching his stream, and he's shiny hunting in Gen 1. So yeah, which is possible, believe it or not. So yeah, I'm a big fan of what he's doing over there, and he's a big supporter of the channel. So I always love to have an opportunity to shout him out. Give a nickname to Beldum? Nope. We're going to get this shiny tonight. I know it. I absolutely know it. And you said your first shiny was Clink. So my first shiny, I know for a fact that I've caught multiple shinies back when I was a kid in this game. Because I remember having them in the PC, and I was showing my friend Christian. I was like, yo, look at these Pokemon, man. They're different colors. And then he was showing me, he's like, yeah, I've kind of caught a few too that have looked like that. I can't remember what they were. And also, I didn't even realize, like, back then, like, how special that was or how rare they were. You know, I just remember I tried to look for another one, couldn't find it. So I can't remember what my first OG Pokemon was. Oh, that was a horrible try there on my part. But I remember in Pokemon Go, I caught a shiny Bagon. That was my first shiny. I think I came across a shiny Charmander in Pokemon Go, and believe it or not, I just like ran away from it because I didn't really care about shinies at the time. I didn't, like, you know, like, don't hate me, bro. And this was years ago, like back when, you know, they first released the shinies in Pokemon Go, and I was more just like just trying to catch a Pokemon I ain't found before. But in the past couple of years, I've been very interested in shiny Pokemon. I consider myself a shiny hunter. So that's pretty much like, if I play Pokemon Go, that's the only thing I'm doing there, is just checking for shinies. You know, check this Pokemon, pop out, see if it's a shiny, you know. It's pretty much all I do with that. Every once in a while, I'll do the remote raids. So there's this app, I think it's called Raid Party, and you get into Raid Party, and there's people from all over the world, and they'll add you. So it's like, you know, it's not considered cheating. They'll add you, and whenever they're in a raid, and then they'll invite you to the raid, and that raid might be in Australia or Japan, or like literally I've caught Pokemon from all over the world doing these remote raids like that. So yeah, it's like pretty much whenever I want to do a remote raid, I just get on that app, find someone that's somewhere doing a really good raid. I jump in, and there'll be like 10 to 12 people in there. You know what I'm saying? Like, you'll have that thing knocked out in 60 seconds. 5-star. Oh, I know the raid one. Yeah, it's great. And like I said, you know, it's like I don't consider it cheating. If you're having fun at something, you're not doing it competitively. Who cares how you do it? You know what I mean? Who cares? Who cares? I mean, what I love about this is like, this is, for me to do this is like probably gonna be one of the only ways I see these shiny sprites. You know what I'm saying? Like, you know, you can go online and like you look up a picture, but when you find it live, find the actual shiny sprite, no, that's a hit of adrenaline for me every time. Every time. But yeah, so pretty much, what's cool is what I do like about Pokemon Go. I know a lot of old heads like me give a lot of hate toward Pokemon Go because it's not an authentic, real Pokemon game. My mom started playing Pokemon. My mom never cared about anything Pokemon related, and then she started playing Pokemon Go about 2 years ago, about a year and a half ago, give or take. And no, like she can recognize Pokemon like left and right. Like she knows Pokemon now. So that's why I can back Pokemon Go. That it, and I'm sure y'all have experienced it too. You know, I serve tables in a tourist town, and there's so many times when like older people come in, they'll be playing Pokemon Go, and it's just like I know this is way before your generation, or after your generation, but no, they love it. So that's why I'm a big advocate for Pokemon Go, even though I don't play it that much. I love what it's done for the Pokemon community. It's definitely done a lot there in that sense. Alright, I'm just going to have to reset there. Because yeah, there's one lady. I think she could see the Bulbasaur tattoo on my knee. And, you know, she brought up Pokemon, and she told me she played Pokemon Go. And, like, this lady's, like, 70 years old, by the way. And, like, she had one of the best Pokemon Go accounts I'd ever seen. Like, that's pretty much all she does is, like, you know, go around and shiny hunt. That lady was cool, though. But, you know, it's always the same story because I've met a lot of older people, elderly folks that play Pokemon Go, and it's always the same story. I did, you know, my grandson, my granddaughter got into it, and they stopped playing. I just kept on playing. It's the same story every time. Well, like I said, I love what it's done for the Pokemon community. And, as far as where the Pokemon community is going, I saw something the other day that kind of blew my mind, but also like reassured me that like this channel has potential. Is Pokemon's the #1 selling franchise in the world. Like Pokemon beats out everything: DC, Marvel, Harry Potter, Hello Kitty, Barbie. Pokemon has outsold everything as far as a franchise because it has, of course, the TV shows and the movies and the merchandise, just about like everything else, but it's also got a card game. It's got video games that are nostalgic, that go way back. I mean, yeah, it's got a lot going for it. And now it's got the app Pokemon Go. I mean, and then, you know, throwing the merchandise on top of that. Yeah, I mean, Pokemon is a big hitter. And Winds and Waves, I believe, and I've said this before, I think it's going to be the first game, not just Pokemon game, but the first game that takes full advantage of what the Switch 2 can offer, because I feel like the Switch 2 came out so recently that a lot of these games that came out with it were in development for the Switch and what the Switch could offer, and still trying to do a dual release so it looks decent on a Switch. I think Winds and Waves is going to be really, really good. It's going to take full advantage of what the Switch 2 has to offer. They're spending more time on this game than they have as far as, mainstream Pokemon games. It's been 5-6 years now since Scarlet and Violet, the last mainstream Pokemon game. So with that being said, yeah, if you spend a lot of time on something, I mean, surely it's done right, you would think. So I'm glad they're spending extra time on this. Let's see. And I'm excited. I think the adventure aspect of it is going to be amazing. I think that's what a lot of people, myself included, are not a big fan of Pokemon ZA. It's because, Pokemon is supposed to be very adventurous. Like this game, in the Hoenn region, you got volcanoes, you got literally 1,000 different islands. Just about. You've got a little rainforest area where it's always raining. You got the beach, you got forest. That's just typical Pokemon, you know what I'm saying? But Legends ZA, it seems like you're just in one town. Like, that loses a lot of flavor for a Pokemon game, in my opinion. It loses lots of flavor. Let's see here. Nice. Alright. I feel like there's some pretty good speed we got going there. Natural timing. I see, this is great. If I can keep doing this all night, we'll get this shiny in no time. Because if you see, I've got timid, docile, naive, calm, bashful, naughty, bashful again, but rash. So that's 7 different. Earlier, because of the soft resetting and the quickness of it, yeah, we were not hitting 8 different screens, but I feel like we're getting closer to that now with my speed. And it's a speed thing, actually, believe it or not. Because I feel like the faster I go with it, the more offset they get. But again, I'm not going to spend a lot of time checking the natures. Gotta get me a drink. But, questioning myself. But let me go ahead and get that drink. Be right back. Ice cold Coca-Cola. Let's go. Which is funny. I try not to say brands on the stream. Unless they pay me. But I drink a lot of Coca-Cola, so there's that. Besides, I think, you know, I'm not very smart, but is there a certain legality in, you know, I guess as long as I'm not saying this stream is sponsored by Coca-Cola, you know, or something like that, then I shouldn't be any trouble if you know, once you get monetized. I feel like there's something, like, if this channel ever gets monetized, like, there's something that I want to do or say. It's just going. There we went. But one of my favorite sayings that I've heard recently, actually, is you've always got to be a student if you ever want to be a master. I was like, oh, well, I want to be a Pokemon master. So I guess I'm always going to be a student of Pokemon is the point there. Alright, let's get this guy. I feel like that's helping too. When I click the game at different times, that's really helping, actually. Whoops, that didn't help. There we go. That was a really good roll there, I can tell you. But no shiny. Getting some speed with it now. Oh, that was quick. See, if I can maintain this speed, we'll get the shiny in about an hour. Because our average on this channel to find a shiny is about hour and a half. But that's typically on different type of hunts. And this one could take a smidge longer for a few reasons. For one, it's just a longer process, having to check the natures and everything like that. It's not like you just walking up to the Rayquaza and he pops up, check it. We were getting Rayquaza encounters every 4 seconds, like 8 different Rayquaza every 4 seconds. We found the first guy like within an hour, and then it took us like, I think 4 hours to find the next guy. And then on the last stream that I did, I found him fairly quickly. I think within about an hour and a half. You know, about the average, about what I'm expecting. And we're about an hour and 15 minutes into this stream, so who knows? We might still be able to hit our odds and get the shiny pretty quickly here. And truly, you know, the saying is, if you keep chopping wood, the tree's gonna fall. This tree can fall any second. This tree can fall the moment you start chopping. Let's go. Whoops. Took my eye off the screen for 1 second. There we go. Alright. We're going to keep it rolling. And again, I do trust my eyes. I'm not trying to brag, but I found at least 20 different Pokemon on this channel the past 2 months. So I do trust my eyes whenever the Pokemon pop up like that. You may think, you know, you can't even check them that fast. No, I'm using my peripherals actually to just kind of do a once over on it. And believe it or not, it helps me if I sit back a little bit because then I can really look at all of them at the same time instead of having to move my eyes. But I like to sit up a little bit. I'm closer to the camera, I'm closer to the mic this way, but yeah, it's not that bad. Let's see. Alright. Can't play hide and go seek forever. Alright. Let's see, what do we got? Nothing. And sometimes you'll see like one or two screens like getting like very offset. It ain't worried. It ain't nothing to go back and fix. You're better off just go ahead and resetting and just go ahead and trying for another try. Especially at 240 frames per second. I mean, we're booking. I mean, the game will pretty much move as fast as you can move. And if you're just joining us and you want to know how to do this, lucky you, I've made a video that will be releasing, I guess, this coming Tuesday. It's a short clip, and I'll be making a long form video. Pretty much just walking through the process of taking the Pokemon Ruby cartridge, the GB flash dumper, putting it on the PC, duplicating your save files, and your ROMs, obviously, and altering your save files. Pretty much just walking you through the steps in the process of shiny hunting like I do. Oops. This is summary. Alright. Because, yeah, I used to watch this kind of content myself. I mean, I still do. But I was very curious how to shiny hunt like this, because this is manageable. This is very feasible. And like I was saying, I don't consider it cheating. If you go in and start putting in cheat codes and modding or using RNG manipulation, like, I can't even consider that. I mean, if you want to have fun doing that, I mean, I have fun doing this, and some people don't like it because I'm not doing it the hardcore OG way with a console. But like I said, like, if someone's having fun doing something, like, don't be a hater. My philosophy on it. And there's another point to be made. These cartridges, the save batteries, I mean, this is a 23-year-old video game. The save battery's only good for 10 to 15 years. It's smart to get a GB flash dumper and dump your save files. However, we are on a Gen 3 game, so technically if your save battery goes out, someone told me it's still, your save file is still okay. I don't know if that's entirely true, but they said on Gen 1, Gen 2 games, like Pokemon Red, Blue, Yellow, Gold, Silver, Crystal, when the battery goes out, you've lost your save file. So, and we will be shiny hunting on Crystal next. So it's something that just to keep in mind with that. That once when you start shiny hunting on these games, even if you are on a console, like, then you especially need to do what I'm doing here and download it onto your PC, back up your save files. Absolutely. The last thing you want to do is lose the shinies that you've worked so hard for, just because your save battery, or just because, let's say that dude was right, and I'm not saying he's wrong, it's just I want to see some concrete evidence on it. He said, you know, if your battery goes out in a Gen 3 cartridge, your save file is still okay. But, you know, if something happens to your cartridge with itself, it gets wet, you know, whatever, you lose it. Won't have that issue if you download it onto your PC. Let's see what we got here. And again, sometimes a few of these might be on the same frame, but we're getting enough. Yeah, some of them are, but like I said, I'm not sweating it. I feel like if I just go fast with it, then be no real difference. We used to shiny hunt on 7 screens anyway. Now I'm rocking 8. So I feel like this particular hunt puts a governor on that. Like, really, I don't think this can be effective past 6 screens. Now, I'm still running 8, so that's why. Yeah, it's not the best, but it could be a lot worse. It could be a lot worse. It could be on a console at 60 frames per second. But yeah, that was pretty wild the other day, because, you know, I do these kind of shiny hunts a lot, typically at night. And then one day I was going through Victory Road, just taking the shiny only team, and, you know, going through Victory Road trying to get to the Elite Four. And I ran into a shiny Makahita. And I was psyched. I was like, look at this, I'm not even shiny hunting. Ran into this guy, and then he used Whirlwind right off the rip and got away from me. I was like, you kidding me? So that's kind of one of the reasons the shiny hunt Laleep. Here, I can go this way. He has that suction cups ability, firmly anchors the body. So if you come across a Pokemon that knows Roar, if you come across a shiny and it knows Roar or Whirlwind, you're going to need something like this, or you're going to lose that shiny as soon as it uses that move. Sceptile, there's Fifi. That's what we called on the last stream. Got Fiji. And no shiny Beldum. Alright, let's go. I'm going to pick up the speed a little bit with it. And we should have a shiny Beldum in no time. Ah. Whoops. So not only do I have to be quick, I've got to be like, I've got to time it real well too, because whoops. Right here, I got to start and hit circle, because I'll be hitting A, I guess you would on a Nintendo game, but what I'm actually doing is I'm on a PS5 controller. So, that's pretty much how we're doing that. So the A is X, and then I guess the B button is the circle. Let's see here, summary, boom. Alright, we're rocking and rolling. And again, I do have a short releasing on Tuesday, pretty much giving you a briefing of how to shiny hunt like this, and then I will also be making a long form video going into excruciating detail to where you cannot miss. It's gonna go into everything from your Ruby cartridge, your GB flash, where to put the USB cable, what software you're going to need, how to sync your PS5 controller, duplicating ROM and save files. Like, you know, I'll pretty much just walk you through the entire process so you can shiny hunt like this as long as you've got a PC, a cartridge, and a GB flash dumper. Which, you know, I tried to look up some YouTube advice, you know, myself, trying to figure out how to do this, and fortunately the advice out there is just not great. One dude, he gave completely inaccurate advice on how to do this. He said basically, just download your ROM, download MGBA emulator, click on the emulator, load your ROM, and repeat process. And he's close. You got to duplicate the ROM and the save file before you start doing this, and then click on different ROMs, which is in turn different save files. That's the way I recommend, because otherwise you can go through and alter each one of these, but whichever is the last one you save on, that's the one that they're all going to go back to the moment you do a soft reset, because it's, like I said, it's the same ROM, same save file. I learned the hard way myself, but I got that figured out. Yeah, I think we'll get this Beldum hunt figured out. No promises, but actually I can almost guarantee it. Like I said, we found shiny Trico. We named him Fred, and he is now Skeptile. We found, who is after that? Shiny Minin. So we found after that, we named it Fran. You'll see the nickname, it's the nickname theme anyway. It's 4 letters, starts with the F. So we got Fred, Fran. Next was a Torkoal. It was shiny Torkoal named Faye. Next we caught a shiny Coughing named Fart. Then we caught the shiny Zigzagoon named Finn. The only reason why I caught the Zigzagoon, I went hunting for it because it knows surf. And the way I do this hunting, it's not very practical for fishing. And I needed a Pokemon to learn surf. Believe it or not, Zigzagoon can learn surf. So that was the target Pokemon for one stream, and we got him. And then what was after that? Yeah, Kecleon. I thought Kecleon would be really cool to do a shiny hunt on him. He was pretty tedious because the only thing different is that, the red stripe on his belly becomes blue. So it was kind of more of a hunt. But we got him pretty quickly, I feel like. Alright. And what was after Kecleon? I think it was Duskull. Got a shiny Duskull. I named it Fear. Then we got 2 shiny Wingulls. I named them both Free. I was really looking for the shiny Tentacle. That's why I got 2 shiny Wingulls, because I just kept looking. Finally got the shiny Tentacle. We named it Fury. What was after that? Oh yeah, we went shiny hunting in the Safari Zone, which is a whole fiasco within itself. You can't save in the Safari Zone, so there's no soft resetting in there. It's just pretty much the way I prefer to shiny hunt anyways, just route encounter, run away from the Pokemon, try to encounter another one, just repeat that process over and over. And you find shinies very quickly, or you find Pokemon in general, your encounter rate. I don't know if you've ever noticed, if you're walking around in the grass in the Safari Zone, you don't walk but 2 or 3 steps and you will encounter a Pokemon. So that actually was a little bit more in our lean for a favor. But the other downside of shiny hunting in the Safari Zone is you can't just throw your Ultra Balls. I mean, you gotta either throw a treat, get close, throw a Pokeblock, throw a Poke or a Safari Ball. It's a whole nother process added to it, but I felt like at that point we were finding shiny Pokemon so quickly. We were finding multiple in a stream, so I was like, what, let's add a little bit of an interesting element to these live streams. Let's find a shiny Pokemon but maybe not be able to get it, and that's exactly what happened. And that's why I have not been back to the Safari Zone. We did get 2 shiny Pokemon out of there, but so what happened was, we ran into shiny Natu in like 15 minutes, shiny hunting in the Safari Zone, and we got the shiny Natu. I had a little chart for what to do, for how to catch the shiny Pokemon, or a Pokemon in general in the Safari Zone. And then we ran into a shiny Gloom, and it got away from me. I tried to use the chart, but the chart failed me. So the shiny Gloom got away from me. And then what was it? Oh yeah, right at the end of the stream. I was about to end the stream, like 6 hours in, and then we found a shiny Oddish, and I got it, which is cool because, you know, it can evolve into a Gloom, which is what we lost. So I definitely made up for it. Let's see, what was after that? Maybe it was the shiny Zubat named Fang. Oh yeah, so we named the shiny Natu. We named it Fozzie. We named the shiny Oddish Fern. We named the shiny Zubat. We named it Fang. We named the shiny Spheal Flip. We named the shiny Groudon Fiji. We named the shiny Bagon Foxy. And then the shiny Laleep, I named it Fooey. Let's see here. Alright, we're going to pick up a little speed with it. There we go. Alright. I was going to check, make sure my internet connection's still doing well. Nice, nice. Love that. Alright, I'll hype it up. Boom. Let's go. And yes, I hype up my own chat, because I love my chat. Alright, let's see. It's going to feel like a very long shiny hunt. It's because it probably is. Let's see here, Beldum, shiny, boom, boom, boom. There we go. Alright. I keep doing that, but it's the directional stick. It's not me. It's not me. It's the directional stick. Someone will start using the little analog stick. I think that'd be better. Boom. Alright. Keep this up. Well, it's a pretty good pace and a pretty good speed there. Alright. We'll come across a shiny soon. I know it. Gotta quit doing that. Alright. Just when I start talking about my rhythm and pace, I mess it up. Awesome. I love that. We're gonna get there. So, with knowing what the shiny theme nickname is, what should we name this guy? Obviously, it's got to be 4 letters, starts with F. There's so many that we already have, you know. Fiji, Fifi, Fury, Fran, Fred, Faye, Free, Foot, Fang, Fury, Fooey, Foxy. There is a few that I've been saving for the Reggies. It's Fez, Fuzz, and Fizz. But what's some other ones? Ford. Hey, Ford might be a good one for Metagross or Beldum. Let's see here. Boom, 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 boom. Nice. There we go. Let's see what we got going on over here. Alright. Big swing and a miss. See, big bucks, no whammies. Alright. I get it right here. I got a shiny Beldum tattoo tomorrow. Alright, cool. Cool. Alright. If I get it right here, I get a shiny Metagross tattoo tomorrow. For a second there, I thought I saw it. Huh. Alright. Let's get this guy. Where you at? Alright. That's the way it's gonna be. Boom, boom, boom. Do a quick nature check. Not too bad. Could be better, but like I said, it could be worse too. But the reason why I say it could be better is I'm noticing some of the frames are overlapping. It's the actual frames. But not really much I can do about this with this particular hunt. Just the dynamics of it, how many tiles I'm allowed before I can go and click it. So I feel like the faster I go, because we're running at 240 frames per second, that if I go really fast, that we're all actually like hitting pretty much different things. Yeah, good enough. Are you playing emulator or on hardware? Well, a little bit of both. We got the hardware, but we're using MGBA emulator. Let's see here. But yeah, I don't recommend illegally downloading ROMs, and I mean, who knows, it might work the same way. I mean, you could probably just duplicate that ROM in the save file, but I'm not entirely sure that that would work. Like I said, you know, it may not be safe for your computer either way, to illegally download the ROMs, but I know they work on phones pretty well. Don't ask me how I know that. Let's see here. Alright. Get this guy. Can't play hide and go seek forever. Alright. Let's see what we got. Alright. Just gotta keep it the grind, keep it the struggle. There we go. Pull the OBS here. Select stream. Refresh. Perfect. That's what we're doing. Yeah. Minimize that. Boom. Alright. There we go. That. Nothing. Yep, so this is pretty much the process of what we'll be doing. Over and over. I feel like let's see, about an hour and a half into the stream, I'm finally getting a good rhythm down. And I feel like the faster I go and faster I click with it, the better it is. Believe it or not. So really weird RNG factors going on here. But I think I've cracked the code. Because we got mild, brave, serious, mild, calm, lonely, hasty, rash. There's only two of the same there. We loved that. And would you look at that? The two mild are different in stats. One's got a 12 defense, one's got 11 defense. So essentially that is 8 different Pokemon. Finally. So I'm expecting a shiny any minute now. Alright. There we go. Boom. Boom. Oh yeah, it's going to be very tedious. It's pretty much going to take a lot of this. we will get it eventually. Huh. And boom. Nice. Oh man. There we go. It's like, I think I would like to hold down the directional button better, but it seems to be messing up with me. Like it wants to go down. It's okay, we can fix that. Boom, boom, boom. Perfect. Alright, I'm liking the speed. If I can just keep a good pace. There we go. We're rolling now. So I don't want to go too fast, because you know why. Do not want to miss it. So I miss it on one screen. Yeah, missing a shiny Beldum would be devastating. This tedious as this hunt is. It's like literally a million clicks before you get it. And this is what I call a carpal tunnel speedrun. Because every time I do a soft reset, it's like this. Because of the way I have the presets set up on the buttons. Well, that's what I get for not thinking ahead. Let's see here. Boom, 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 boom. Alright. I hate it when it does that. Alright, we're gonna get it soon, y'all. Y'all just keep the faith. Just keep the faith. Alright. Let's see where he at. Alright, we're gonna get this guy. He's not gonna hide forever. We just gotta find him. I'll tell you, no one's been better at hide and go seek than that little leap. That little leap, dude, that took me a good 6-7 hours. When the average to find a shiny on this channel, an hour and a half. But little leap, shoot. The record was Mudkip. When we finally went back to do the Mudkip hunt on a separate save file, even then at this speed, this many screens, he still took 4 hours, and I thought that was preposterous. But Laleep, and Laleep's hunt is set up very similar to this as well, because he's a fossil, and you take it to the scientist, and you get it from him, and then you got to go and check your Pokemon in the party to see if he's a shiny. It's a very similar hunt, but yeah, it took 6 or 7 hours on it. He's one of the only, you know, I found about 20 shiny Pokemon on this channel over the past 2 months, but there's only been 2 that I did not find live, or that I caught not being live, and Laleep was one of them, just because I was so tired of looking for him. You know, maybe I'm spoiled, because we do find about 2 to 3 shinies per stream, but yeah, we went a whole stream. I think that was the last stream we went a whole stream without finding a shiny, was the hunt for Laleep. So that was another factor into my decision of just being like, you know what, I'm gonna find it in my spare time, and then we can just hunt for something else. When you go the whole stream shiny hunting for something and you don't find it, yeah. You know, in the last stream we found shiny Rayquaza pretty quickly, and then I started to do this shiny hunt, but I started to question myself on it. I was like, I don't think I have to, and for good reason. Now I've pretty much cracked the code. As you see, we got lax, adamant, relaxed, mild, bashful, quirky, timid. We're getting a lot of different roles. A lot better than what I was doing there. Last night, it was like literally only showing 2 different natures between all 8 Pokemon. I was like, yeah, that definitely ain't right. And it was consistently doing that. I couldn't figure out the whole soft resetting thing, and so now I figure if I go really fast through here, or fast through the entirety of it, like even clicking into the game, like right through here, and we're hitting it at different times, and yeah, that's pretty much the only way I can make this hunt with this many screens feasible, possible, effective. But hey, if there's a will, there's a way. All right. And I was so happy when I finally found that little leap, because 6-7 hours. Which, when you compare it to like regular shiny hunting, it's months before you'll actually find it, which is just a crazy factor. But yeah, that's why I do it like this. Video games are supposed to be fun. Shiny hunting on full OG odds. Technically, this is full OG odds too, but we're just increasing the quantity, increasing the screens, and increasing the speed. So that's pretty much all we're doing here. There's no real cheating, in my opinion, going on. So it's just like, how can you be really cheating if you're not being competitive in a competition? You're just having fun doing something. Nice. It's gonna be pretty much the only way I'm gonna find a shiny sprite in my life in these games, is doing it this way. And I'll tell you, there's still a hit of adrenaline. Alright. Whoops. Yeah, I know my hand will be so thankful when we finally find this thing. So, I'm on Carpal Tunnels Express right now. Alright. Yeah, before I went live tonight, I was actually watching Kanto XP, his stream on Twitch. He's shiny hunting in Gen 1, which is something I did not think was possible, but yeah, it's just a very tedious process. You gotta check, like, so what he's doing is he's shiny hunting Charmander in Gen 1. Now, I know you're thinking, there is no shinies in Gen 1. There's no shiny sprites, but technically that Pokemon can still be technically considered a shiny through its IVs, its stats. So what you have to do is, he has a chart that can tell you, and you go through and you check its stats, and then you level it up. So he has the rare candy glitch, I guess, to where he has infinite rare candy, like to start the game. And so he'll pick a Charmander, and if it passes the first test, if all of its stats match, then it moves on to the second page, which means you gotta level it up. So then you go level up your Charmander to level 6 with the rare candy. If those stats match up, you level it up again, and then I believe you gotta level it up one more time, and then if that matches, that's pretty much the winning lottery ticket. That means you found yourself a shiny Charmander, and then transfer it over to a Gen 2 game, and it'll be a shiny sprite. Which I just think is a really cool concept. Oops. Here we go. Boom, 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 boom. Ah. There we go. Alright, we're gonna get this guy. Yeah, he ain't gonna make it easier. Alright. Whoops. Here we go. And nothing. do we got? Big bucks, big bucks. All whammies. Let me see. Alright. I'm just spoiled. That's all it is. Like I said, we typically find a shiny about an hour, hour and a half. But there's a few factors that might make this one just a slightly bit longer of a wait. For one, it's got more steps. It's a little bit more tedious. Secondly, soft resetting inside the house is causing some of these to be very close, which could actually work in my favor. Because the more we start soft resetting, you know, we could actually be putting ourselves close to the shiny frame, and with no way we're going to miss it when we get to it. I don't know if that makes sense, but it should. And I can tell y'all right now, the shinies typically pop up over here. Sometimes then we get them over here. I think the shiny Rayquaza popped up underneath me, but for whatever reason they always pop up over here. A good 70% of the time, I would say. There we go. Quirky, timid, relaxed, naive, lonely, bashful, quirky. The thing is the faster I go, the more offset they get with this particular hunt. And earlier I checked, and there was only 2 screens that had the same nature, but they had different stats. So it was truly a whole 8 different Pokemon we were rolling, and it's because I went really fast on the resets. So why are we doing that? Why are we doing that? It's like, I know this controller's not messed up. It's like it's practically brand new. It's more of operator error. Well, yeah, it's like I'm hitting to the right, but it's like my dude keeps like going down, which is very classic of directional pads, especially if you've ever played like Mario or something like that on a directional pad. It's like you don't always go the way you're pushing it. Alright, let's see what do we got. It's gonna be a there he goes again, going downward. What are you doing? But it's gonna be a very pretty shiny sprite when we do find it. I like the silverness into it. I had forgotten about Beldum. You know, Slugma is one of my favorite Pokemon, just because there are a few reasons. I just think it, for one, looks cool. Secondly, it's technically a Gen 2 Pokemon, but culturally it's a Gen 3. And its shiny sprite goes from red to silver. Now, I really like that a lot, because a lot of shiny sprites have the same like coloration in this the shiny sprite. Like a lot of them are gold. I'm sure y'all know a lot of shinies turn to a gold color. A lot of them turn to like a lime green or like a turquoise blue. That's very popular as well, which I don't hate. I mean, I love it. It's just the rarity of a shiny turning silver when it was typically red. I love that. But so yeah, Beldum actually has a little bit more of a shiny sprite, so it kind of has got that Slugma factor to it. So I like that a lot. Again, I'm trying to go fast, but just not too fast. Alright. That'll take me a 3-minute break, let my hand rest. It's like I can barely move it now. Take a restroom break, maybe get me another Coke. Be right back. I'll mute the mic, and Shady's back. There we go. Let's see what we're working with. Nothing. Alright, big bucks, big bucks. No whammies. Stop. Alright, we'll get this guy eventually. It's a little bit more of a tedious hunt with all these steps, but it'll be worth it, right? The last stream we did find the Rayquaza, so that was one of the hunts that I knew we would do starting this off. I did not anticipate doing a Beldum hunt when I started this Pokemon Ruby Shiny Only playthrough, but let's see, I forget who it was, but it was someone in the chat one day that said, you want to do a Beldum hunt? I said, you know what, because you said so, I will. And one of those things I did not realize what I got myself into. I also told someone I was going to do a Phoebus hunt, and I did try one day. Like, I had made the thumbnail and everything. I was like, yeah, we doing this Phoebus thing. And then it kind of dawned on me that the way I shiny hunt like this is not very effective for fishing. You can do it, but you're not going to be running at 240 frames per second. I tried to just use one emulator screen at 240 frames per second, and I couldn't fish because you've got to hit the A button as soon as, like, you know, the Pokemon bites the line, and even then, like, you may have to hit A again. Like, oh, Pokemon is on the line. Oh, it's got a nibble. It's got, you know, you got to keep hitting A till it finally comes up out of the water. Yeah, if you're running this fast, it's impossible to hit it in time because you don't hit it quick enough, then the Pokemon gets loose off your line. So yeah, this is not designed for fishing. I've been trying to think of a way around it to really effectively shiny hunt for Phoebus, because him being in different tiles is not my concern. Because there's a dude on Dewford Island that talks about like a trendy phrase, and basically whatever phrase he says correlates to a certain 6 tiles, these 6 tiles that Phoebus will be in that day, because those tiles switch. So that's your way of knowing of which tiles he's going to be in. Go figure out what the dude on Dewford says is a trendy phrase, and then there's a chart, I guess you could say, on the internet, and it'll let you know which tiles are which. So that's the way around that. But just finding a way around the fishing aspect, yeah, not too clever for that. You probably just drop down the frame rates to 120 instead of 240, and then it might be a little easier, but even then it's like it's going to take a metric forever to do it like that. So that's something I might go back and re-tackle down the road. But after Beldum, we're going to be doing Regirock, Registeel, Regice, or potentially Latios. I mean, so we got some good shinies. I considered giving up on the Beldum, but not until we do a full stream looking for him, like we did the Lilip. I mean, most shinies we find in about an hour, hour and a half. That's pretty much the average on the channel. This one's going to take slightly longer because it's a little bit more tedious in the process, a little bit more steps. But yeah, I mean, if we go this whole stream, we don't find the shiny Beldum, he might be the first shiny that I'd say just we can do without. Let's go get a shiny Regirock, Registeel, Regice, shiny Latios, and then we can start on our shiny only playthrough of Pokemon Crystal, which I have not set in stone which shiny starter I want to hunt for Pokemon Crystal, but I'm leaning more toward Chikorita. Real men never speak ill of Chikorita. Chikorita is an absolute OG. And I think shiny Chikorita it's just got a really cool sprite to it. But so does shiny Totodile. But I think I'm gonna go with Chikorita. And then we'll do the gym challenge, find a shiny before every gym. I was doing that with this one, but then I started finding like multiple shinies between each gym. I was just like, you know what? Let's hunt wherever we just want to hunt. And I'm getting like, I think this would be our 21st or 22nd shiny on this channel the past 2 months that we've caught. We used to find the heck out of some shiny Poochyinas, like when we were shiny starter hunting. Sometimes you find about 2 shiny Poochyinas before you actually come across your shiny starter. Sometimes it'd be like that. And someone was saying that means you're getting close. That you're only 140 frames off. Well, it's like we're going 240 frames per second. Alright. Let's see. Oops. I hate it when it does that too. There we go. Boom, boom. Nothing. Whoops. Forgot to soft reset. Started just going through the motions. And then, boom. So I'm pretty sure I've got this pretty much figured out. You know, see, we got a lot of different natures there. It's exactly what we're wanting. There's different natures. It's okay if some of them overlap because that's just going to happen statistically. But you just don't want a lot of overlappage consistently because that's just a sign that some of them are on the same frame. And just because 2 of these screens are on the same frame doesn't mean like these 2 can't get on the same frame. There's a lot that goes into these RNG factors, but we really want this shiny Beldum though. Ah, there we go. Let's do that. Yeah, if some of these screens get offset, then I'm not going to worry about it. We'll just soft reset and try it again. There we go. This looks like it's going to be a good roll. Nothing. Alright, let's see. What do we got? Beldum. Huh. Alright. I'm just so spoiled. Finding a shiny in an hour, hour and a half consistently. But I guess when you compare it to your odds on a console at 60 frames per second, which is your typical speed, we're doing pretty good. Which is, you know, my whole strategy is quantity and speed. You know, we got more save files and we got 4 times the speed. So that's pretty much all there is to it. Let's see. Alright, we'll keep it trucking. Alright, I'm not losing faith. Looks like we're going to be checking only 2 Beldum there. That was a waste of time. Boom, boom, boom. Alright. I do like the reveal style here, like where he's already called, you can already check the nature. I did like the reveal style of shiny hunting on this game because it's like you don't know he's a shiny until you throw him out into battle against the Poochyyina for Professor Birch. But, you know, typically when you encounter a shiny, you know, it's route hunting. You know, they pop up as a wild Pokemon. So this is pretty cool to encounter one like this. The Leap, I think, was the only one that I've found like this so far. This style of shiny hunting. Alright, let's go. Boom, 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 boom. Quiet, relaxed, bashful, quirky, lonely, quirky, quirky. Ew. Yeah, some of them are still on the same thing. It's like there's just not much I can really do about it. But who knows? Let's see here. Boom, 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 boom. So yeah, it might be one of those things where there's occasionally on every few resets, you know, we might have like 1 or 2 screens. That's fine. You know, we used to shiny hunt on only 7 instead of 8. You know, I added the 8th one. This one's a little bit more meticulous. And it doesn't give me a lot of room. Like when I was shiny hunting Laleep in the laboratory, whatever you want to call it, getting the fossil back from the scientist, there was room in there for me to, like, you know, walk all the way back. So every time I clicked on the Pokemon, essentially, it was at a different frame consistently. I don't have a lot of playroom in here. So really, this is not going to be effective for more than 6 screens. But who knows? I feel like with 8, you know, you still got that extra chance that this one might be offset with that one. So essentially, I think we're truly only getting really 8, or excuse me, 6 rolls here instead of 8 is what I would say consistently. That's okay though. Of the 20 shinies that we've caught, they all pop up on 1 screen except for the Zubat. We got him on 2 screens, which was operator error. It wasn't crazy luck. But it has to do with soft resetting inside of a cave, which is practically what I think we're doing here, because we're in a building. Let's see. Boom, boom, boom. A lot of quiet there. Yeah, so some of those are really on set. Like I said, keep chopping the wood, the tree will fall. Right. Now those 2 screens look like they're the same thing, but they're not. And earlier I thought, you know, because they had the same natures, they were the same Pokemon, but we had 7 different natures, and the 2 that were the same, they had different stats. So we rolled 8 different Pokemon, which is exactly what we're trying to do. It's just this process. You gotta be quick with the hands to make it happen. It's okay though. Huh. Alright, I'm gonna pull this thing out. I'm gonna get a little more comfy up in here. Oh yeah. Here we go. Alright. Let's get this guy. And alright. So yeah, we'll pretty much just go through the process here. We'll make it happen. And I'm not decided on a name for this guy. I'm thinking Ford is actually a really good name for it. So I might stick with that. Let's see, boom, boom, boom. Nice. Alright, let's do that. Lax, careful, bold, hardy, quirky, modest, jolly, jolly. Those 2, and see, the 2 that are jolly, they got different stats. So that's 8 different Pokemon. That's exactly what we're trying to do. And like I said, it's got not supposed to take that long with it, but you gotta be really quick with the hands to make this effective, this particular hunt. So believe me, I will be extra excited when I find this Beldum. Because if I go much longer, I'm gonna end up with carpal tunnel. Oh man. Sometimes I feel like I gotta go back and look, because I feel like I missed a shiny when I go that fast. I don't think so, but no, I didn't. It would be very apparent. Alright. Keep it trucking. So yeah, I'm thankful I finally got this figured out to where we're getting truly 8 different Pokemon. I feel like sometimes if I'm not quick enough, we might be getting the same frames occasionally, but I'm honestly not even sweating that. Because this is my best way to work around it. Boom, boom, boom. Aha. Boom, 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 boom. Ha. There we go. Let's see how quick I can get it. 1 Mississippi, 2 Mississippi, 3 Mississippi, 4 Mississippi, 5 Mississippi, 6 Mississippi, 7 Mississippi. I'm probably counting fast there, but 6, 7, you know what I'm saying? 6, 7 seconds. Alright, I feel like we got a good flow, we got a good rhythm, we got everything I need. Boom, boom, boom. Nice. Alright. Keep clicking that. Where are you? Can't hide forever. Ah. In case you didn't know, this Steven guy is the Pokemon champion. He's the one that you beat at the end of the game in Pokemon Ruby and Sapphire, which, if I'm not mistaken, I think Juan or Wallace is the champion at the end of Emerald. Could be mistaken on that. But Steven, yeah, he leaves you a Beldum at the end of the game after you defeat him in the Elite Four and become the champion. You go to his house, he leaves you this Beldum here in Moss Deep City. But it's still 1 in 8,192 odds to find the shiny. Let's see here. Boom, boom. Alright. Call me Frankie Fast Hands over here. Alright. Back to the grind. Alright, we're gonna get him soon, y'all. This speed. Us finally getting it right. He ain't got long. He'll be coming around the mountain. Like I said, I'll be so glad when we find this guy. I'll have to do a little work. I'll have to figure out how we're going to shiny hunt some of the OG, you know, legendaries like Regirock, Registeel, Regice. That's going to take a little deciphering the Brill, learning a whole foreign language, but it'll be worth it. Nice. And then Latios. Pretty much, I think what I'm going to have to do with Latios is I'm just going to have to pretty much luck encounter this guy, which shouldn't be hard, you know. I'm just kind of pretty much go in a route, come back out, you know. Because every time you go in a house or change routes or something, he switches routes. So I think if I just like enter a route, shiny hunt for a second, you know, just encounter, see what kind of Pokemon encounters I can't get. Once when I finally encounter him, he will run away, which is what I want, especially if he's not a shiny. But then we will be able to encounter him on the map. We'll be able to track him, essentially, is what I'm trying to say. So once I track him, I can go to that spot, save there, and then I can duplicate the ROM and the save files, and then we can effectively shiny hunt that way. And I do have a shiny Crobat that knows mean look, so you know, once when we encounter the shiny Latios, I'm not worried about him fleeing, because I'll mean look him. I'll mean look him so good. Boom. There we go. Finally. He cannot hide forever. Let's see. Alright, so got tremendous speed. It's no results. Whoops. Alright, there we go. My biggest fear on shiny hunting is soft resetting right here when there's a shiny. I don't think I've done that yet. If I have, I didn't know it. But I see a lot of those kind of shorts where someone resets on a shiny. Because, you know, you just get in the habit, especially if you're console shiny hunting and you've been in that rhythm for months now. So when you finally come across a shiny, you accidentally soft reset on it. Yeah, that's going to be heartbreaking. But I can only imagine, like, me, like, on a console, soft resetting for shiny Rayquaza and then just to lose him twice, like I did on here. Yeah, dude. That would have broke me. I don't know what it takes to break you, but that would have broke me. Let's see here. Nothing. Boom, 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 boom. Alright, I'm gonna check, make sure the internet's still on par. YouTube is not. Let's see, Open Studio. Really? It says it's buffering. I don't notice the buffering. I don't see me dropping any frames either. It says it's excellent. Alright. Cool. I think we'll just leave that up. Let's keep going. We'll keep doing what we're doing. Boom. Ah, there we go. Alright. Oops. Ah, come on now. I do one little thing to get out of rhythm. It messes me all up. Alright. Like I say, if I miss on one screen, sometimes I'm just going to keep rolling. It's not worth the time. Just get that one screen back on set. You can just soft reset like that and keep it rolling. And again, I want to do a quick, gentle, bashful, mild, calm, brave, careful, lax. Good enough for me. Like I said, sometimes, more often than not nowadays, like when I'm checking the natures, like even the stats are off, so that's good. And quit wasting time kind of checking the natures and just get rolling with it. So I think that's what initially took so long in the leap hunt, because I wasn't very confident with the method. But a little leap popped up on one screen, so shiny leap did anyway. So that's what we're looking for here. When you find the shiny, you don't want them to pop up on multiple screens. That is just your way of knowing that you wasted time on certain screens. But as long, like I said, as long as I'm getting 5 to 6 different rolls, I'm gonna keep trucking with it. that means we will find it eventually. Alright. There we go. Boom, boom, boom. Alright. Oh yeah, we got super fast clicky hands now. Oops. The moment I start to brag on myself, I always mess it up almost immediately afterwards. I've got to take that life lesson and like really learn it. Oh yeah, that was a good one. I can tell you that was a good one. Alright. Keep on rolling. Huh. Oops. There we go. Yeah, what do we got? Alright, hat's going backwards. And that was probably not the best case, yeah. That's not how to do it right there. It's not the way we do it. There we go, and nothing. Oh, what a tedious little hunt. Alright, let's go. Yeah, the Leap is the record. The Leap did take, I can't even tell you, 6-7 hours. And it was just like, I'd shiny hunt for an hour, then I'd give it a break. This is after we went 4 hours shiny hunting regularly. So, like live stream. I just by myself in my spare time was shiny hunting it, and I was shiny hunting for like an hour, take a break, shiny hunt for another hour, take a break. I think on that third try, I found it in like 15 minutes. I was so happy. It was the same orange plant over and over. And then finally one day it was green. Alright, let's see. What do we got? This guy's stubborn, or he's really good at hide and go seek. I'm not giving up though. I got faith. And missed him on 2 screens. Alright, so I'm not going to sweat it if we do miss him on 1 or 2 screens. Alright. Let's see here. It's all about speed. Which makes me probably not the best streamer, because you've got to really dial in. Like if I take my eyes off this for like just a second, I'm going to be mixed up, and then we'll be on set, like on screen, same frames. I've got to have some freaky fast hands over here to pull this off. So it's like I'm not very engaging in the chat today, but this is just one of those more tedious shiny hunts. Like on the Rayquaza hunt on the last stream, we were getting 8 shiny Rayquazas. Not 8 shinies, but 8 Rayquazas every 4 seconds. This is more like every 7 seconds, I feel like we're getting an encounter. 1 Mississippi, 2 Mississippi, 3 Mississippi, 4 Mississippi, 5 Mississippi, 6 Mississippi, 7 Mississippi, 7 Mississippi. Those are fast Mississippis, but fast people Mississippi. Alright. We gotta be getting close. Wouldn't you think? I mean, if the average to find a shiny on this channel is 1 hour to hour and a half, we're where are we at on this stream? 2.5 hours in. So yeah, I think we're getting close. Getting real close. Seeing this tree fall. Oh, alright. Whoops. There we go. Boom, boom, boom. Boom, bop, beam, bop, bam. And another one. Yeah, this is definitely the most tedious hunt I've done by far. I thought the Leap was pain, and it is very similar to the Leap hunt, getting the fossil from the scientists, having to go here, check the sprite, but no, this is even more tedious. I'm gonna be extra happy when we find this guy. It's like, finally, my hand. So much pre-carpal tunnel going on here. I've served tables for years, carrying trays, like 15 drinks on a tray like this. Yeah, my hand, man. Then I played football for years, that's my first line of defense. You know, when I go to hit someone, it's my hand. Which I wouldn't say like line of defense, but like your hands take a lot of beating in football. Like, they're going to get smashed. Your fingers will get smashed. But then I wrestled. Wrestling's not bad for injuries at all. Like, I wrestled longer than I played football. Like, I wrestled for 5 years, played football for 3 years. I saw 4 times the amount of injuries in football than I did wrestling. Let's see here. Well, I'm just getting old now. This hand's just gonna fall off eventually. It's like my left hand hurts nowadays too. It's like I don't even use my left hand like that. I'm right-handed. Okay, come on, dude. There we go. Hey, what's up, Kuyo? Glad you're back. Glad you're back. I think you were with us on the last stream where we got the shiny Rayquaza and caught it too. Because on the stream before that, we found 2 shiny Rayquazas. Both of them got away from us. But yeah, we finally got the shiny Ray on the last stream. And on this stream, whoops. And we tried to do this, but it just wasn't a very effective manner. But I'll show you what we got going on now. We got lax, bold, modest, sassy, naughty, lax, quirky, lonely. So we only got 2 lax, but if you look, both of the lax natures are different in stats. So we got 8 different Pokemon going on here, finally. Because I'm sure if you were here in the last stream, after we caught the shiny Rayquaza, you know, I got us here to, you know, to get ready for the Beldum hunt, and we were only getting 2 different natures every time. That's why I ended this stream so quick. I mean, it was only like a 3-hour stream. I wanted to go for 6, but I was just like, I'm not about to sit here for the next 3 hours and not effectively shiny hunt. So, whoops. At least the Beldum. Oh, Mass, what's up, dude? What's going on, man? But yeah, this is actually kind of tedious, like with all the steps, and So the thing with the leap hunt, I guess because I was having a conversation with the scientist, there was an extra step in there. This actually, the reason why I'm finally getting this offset, believe it or not, is because I'm clicking so fast, and we're running at 240 frames per second. That when I'm clicking that fast, like they're actually, believe it or not, like all hitting on different, for the most part. Like I said earlier, there might be like occasionally one or two like screens on the same frame, but I'm honestly not even worried about that. And it's like the more time I spend like checking natures, just the slower we are. And I've found the faster I go at this point right here, the more offset they get. As far as like, that's our best chance to hit like truly 8 different Pokemon. Because soft resetting in this house is a pain. On a lot of different levels, because I like to be in different tiles. I like to select the Pokemon at different times. But yeah, this has been a very tedious hunt for me. But whoops. And battle it. A lot of these are just for like collector things, like just to be like, hey, I got a shiny. I'm not into competitive Pokemon play, which I mean I think it's cool, but more of just a true blue shiny hunter in the sense of I just kind of just want the shiny, just be like, hey, I got me a shiny. Even though I do it like this instead of taking the console, soft resetting, like those realistically, like video games are supposed to be fun, Like I find this is a lot of work to get this going like this. That's kind of a trade-off, but it makes shiny hunting so much easier. I love it. And it may not be the same big hit of adrenaline of finding a shiny Pokemon like on a console with those kind of odds, but dude, I still love it like this. I love it. And Mass, I just want to say thank you for always, popping in here when you get a chance. I always appreciate the support you give on the channel. I try to reciprocate the support as well. And if you are watching live or you are watching after the broadcast, I would love to let y'all know about Mass Machine. Phenomenal YouTuber, phenomenal streamer. It's got some really great content. Very outgoing too. I wish I was a little bit more outgoing like that. I feel like I'm just a little yappy on the screen, on the chat. I just try to stay talking sometimes, which is what a streamer should do. But I feel like for Mass, like, it comes naturally to you. Like, you got it. You got it. So I also feel like I get very monotone. Like I just like, here we go again. Let's see. Oh, no shiny. But you don't really need the new gen games. Yeah, the new gen games are... It's not where it's at. I mean, I hate to admit this, but I didn't play Scarlet and Violet all the way through. Maybe it's because I'm an old head, but I like tradition. I kind of thought it was cool at first, to have the whole open world theme, but then it just kind of, I don't know, it took away from the linear adventure of, I got to go to this area and I've got to earn my way into this volcano region. You know what I mean? You can't just go keep exploring and catch whatever Pokemon you want at any point in the game. Like in this game, like, you got to defeat the 8th gym trainer before you're even allowed to use Waterfall outside of battle. Then you can go get Bagon. Like, you can't catch a shiny you can't catch Bagon, period, until after you've already got all the badges in this game. But that's part of what I like about Pokemon is, some of the areas should be exclusive. And then it's like, don't even get me started on Pokemon Legends ZA, where it's like, there is no adventure. You're just in the city the whole time. Granted, I know they got parks in there, but yeah, it's just Not my cup of tea. And then the shiny hunting aspect is like, they make it so easy in these new games. So neat. Oh, I just saw the first lag on the stream. Alright. Boom, 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 boom. I'm gonna put that a little closer so I can get a check on that. Boom. Alright, here we go. I'm trying to do that. I've got it all linked on the PS5 controller, so I've been trying to use the directional button, but even though I hit right, sometimes he still goes down. I guess it's just by the way I'm holding the controller. I'm trying to do that. And yeah, if I accidentally click and give it a nickname, then I just gotta reset. There's no way I'm gonna be able to like go and get everything back on set. It's quicker just a soft reset. Try it again. Huh. You know, like Legends Z? Yeah, I wouldn't. For me, maybe it's just the southern in me that likes tradition. Let me get this together. I mean, I love some tradition, but it's okay to break up some tradition. You know, some things are deserving of new traditions. I don't know what they're trying to do with Pokemon Legends ZA. Like, y'all are messing with Pokemon way too much now. Like, yeah, I felt like it was a pretty good design what we got going on here. You know, just go through the lands in a linear adventure, get the gym badges, go through the Elite Four. I mean, if it's not broke, don't fix it. What I would like to see is another Pokemon game and do like what Gold and Silver did and Crystal, where you can get 16 gym badges. Yeah, no, that's what I'm talking about. And go through different regions. And I'm going to leak something here that a lot of y'all probably haven't even heard of. It's called Project Seed. So Winds and Waves is pretty much in the back half of production. They're already done with it. You know, they're getting it tested, they're getting it rated, you know, yada yada. But Game Freak is currently, this is the rumor, they're currently working on the next project called Project Seed. And it's going to have Kanto, Johto, Hoenn, Sinnoh, and another Pokemon region as well. Maybe like a newer region. And it's going to have all of those in it. And this game may not potentially come out till 2030. You know what I'm saying? 2029 at the earliest. But that's going to be a very, very immersive game. Because I did see a like a screenshot of like the starting works of it, and it looks like it's going to be one of those things like maybe like a first person like Pokemon game. So I'm really excited about that. Yeah, it is very exhausting in these older games. Yeah, it's aging me quick actually. Yeah, I used to not have this many gray hairs on the side. My beard now. But I love it. I enjoy doing this. I actually enjoy watching these kind of shiny hunts. Just because I don't have the patience to sit there and soft reset on a console at 60 frames per second and do it for months and maybe even a year and not even get your shiny. Just because that's how shiny odds work. Just because it's 1 in 8,192 odds. There's people that realistically soft reset 40,000 times on one screen before they finally get that shiny. I mean, my hats are off to them. I have tons of respect for that. But video games are supposed to be fun. And this way is fun for me. We typically find a shiny in about an hour, hour and a half on the channel. Sometimes we go more, and that's okay. You know, but I feel like, you know, it's like you're going to get the paycheck after your work, essentially. So yeah, I love doing it this way. There's been multiple times where like I've ended the stream after like 6 hours and I still go shiny hunting, just because I mean, it's not, if it's not too tedious of a process. Like Rayquaza or something like that. I would love to do. Last time I shiny hunt Little Leap, I wasn't live streaming. It was just one of those things I was just wanting to finally find it. Yeah. And I have a lot to learn too, between shiny hunting, being a YouTuber, being a streamer. But one of my favorite sayings is, if you ever want to be a master, you must always be a teacher, or you must always be a student if you ever want to be a master. Well, it's supposed to be said. And I believe it's very true. You gotta constantly be learning. There's a lot to this RNG factor stuff. Like, just the difference between Ruby and Sapphire to Emerald is a vast difference. They're vastly different. Because when you soft reset in Emerald, you're going back to that same frame like every single time. So it makes shiny hunting, especially your starter for one, very difficult. I'm trying to get some good speed here on this. And I've tried shiny hunting in Legends Arceus, whatever, Legends Arceus. But I do appreciate them trying to take that in a different direction. It was interesting, but for me, it just didn't quite hit the mark. I know a lot of people love it, and I can see why they love it. It just didn't hit the mark for me. But I'm a weird guy. I like Sword and Shield. I didn't like that it was a very incomplete game. I just like the theming of the UK theme, the wild area part, like where there's just like big wild areas. Like, actually kind of thought that was cool, but very incomplete game. Unless you bought the DLCs, then it just felt like you played half a Pokemon game essentially. And these new Pokemon games are ridiculously easy. Like, I'm sure all of us that grew up playing, the old games, the OG games, it's not like it is now, where you run into your rival and they're like, oh, love your Birkenstocks, let me heal your Pokemon. Nah, dude. Gary would pop up, like, straight up out of Rock Tunnel, like, ready to fight. Your Pokemon are, like, barely hanging in there, like a hair in a biscuit. And he's full ready. Not only that, but like, it was tough. There's another added extra element of Pokemon games being tough from my childhood. It's called no internet. You didn't know how to do something, you figured it out. If you didn't have an HM, you know what you spent the next weekend doing? Going back through the game and being a social butterfly and talking to everybody. Currently doing a shot on Sapphire. Oh, sweet, love that. Been stuck for like 2 weeks. Desert trying to get Cacnea and Trapinets. I think I remember you telling me that, which is awesome. Is it Baltoy that's also a possibility in that area, in that desert? Because like you said, you can get Cacnea, you get Trapinch. I don't think Vibra. It might pop up too, but Baltoy is the one. Or it could be the other Pokemon, considering that, what they do for Ruby and Sapphire is that they'll switch one Pokemon for vice versa. So I got the magazine right here. I'll tell you real quick, Kuyo. You are in, not Jagged Pass, not Route 119, not the Weather Institute. Oh, I went too far. Not Mount Chimney, not Meteor Falls. You're in the Desert Ruins. And I have the trash magazine. Alright. Shady's back. Never got a shiny before except Gyarados and Crystal. I love that. Honestly, you know, as a kid, I didn't know it was a shiny. Um, let's see. So you're saying you're in the desert ruins? I was just looking at my natures here. Got a few impish. I don't like that. Let's go with the same natures. They could have different stats. You're in the desert ruins, you said? Just looking at the Pokemon that pop up in there, so I'm a little bit more familiar with it myself. It's around here somewhere. Here we go. So yeah, you have a Baltoy, which is common, Cacnea, which is common, Geodude in there if you use Rock Smash, Sandshrew is very common, Trapinch is very common, and you get Leap from the Root Fossil, Anorith from the Claw Fossil, and Regirock from down there in the Chain Bus. So awesome, I love that. Yeah, so you're looking for a Trapinch or Cacnea. That is awesome. There's some good shinies. I had thought about doing a hunt in there. And I'll tell you what, Kuyo. If we find the shiny Beldum in a reasonable amount of time, I promise you, I'll go to Ancient Ruins, I'll set up, I'll go through and duplicate the ROM and save files like I do, like live stream, and then we'll shiny hunt in Ancient Ruins and we'll see what we get. Because I actually really want to do this. Now I think about it. Boom. But yeah, it's a very tedious task, but it's definitely worth it. That's just the way I feel about shiny hunting, because you know it's hard to defend shiny hunting as fun, because it's fun when you find the shiny. Yes, the kill's more thrilling than the hunt. But it's just, you know, how much suffering are we willing to do? That's why, like, you know, I really just don't have that kind of patience to just soft reset on a console. I love that. I respect the heck out of that. But I mean, like I said earlier, video games are supposed to be fun. If you find a fun way to play it, I can't play a hate. Don't want a shiny hunt. No, I understand. Yeah, actually, like, pretty much to illustrate like the point that I was just making. Like, you know, it's not for everybody. And honestly, like, I call myself a shiny hunter, but sit there and soft reset on a console, I can't do it. I mean, I've got a job. I mean, I can only imagine people like Kanto XP. That's like, he's a good father. He's a good husband. He's very proud, very vocal about the work and the amount of time that he does for his family, and he has a job, and he's a streamer and a YouTuber. My hats are off to him. My hats are off. And he's shiny hunting right now, because y'all don't know much about Kanto XP. He's one of the newer PokeTubers out there. He used to stream years ago, but he's now getting back into it, and what he's doing now is shiny hunting in Gen 1, which when he first told me, I was like, you know, pretty much like everyone tells him, you can't shiny hunt in Gen 1, but you actually can. You just got to check the Pokemon stats, level it up, like with the rare candy glitch, and if those stats match, you know, then level it up again, and pretty much, you know, once when you've leveled up 4 times and its stats match up to the chart or whatever you're looking at, then you transfer it to Gen 2 and you'll be able to see the shiny sprite. So you essentially can get a shiny in Gen 1, but the sprite will not show it, only the stats. So it's like, I mean, I find that super cool, because shiny hunting is becoming a more and more popular niche nowadays. But shiny hunting Gen 1, a lot of OG Pokemon players don't even know that's a thing. So that's why I like his channel. Before I went live tonight, I was over on his stream. I was watching that on Twitch, which I don't know much about Twitch, Discord, none of that. I'm behind on the loop, but I try. What was funnier? Funny, I said this earlier on the stream, but there's someone on my TikTok account, and I made like a short to basically like like I titled it "Check out my YouTube channel," yada yada. And I think in the short it says something about subscribe to my channel, and I don't know where it went over his head, but he like commented on my TikTok. He said, "Dude, this is TikTok, not YouTube." And I commented back. I said, "Yeah, I know. What are you still doing here? Go over there and check out my YouTube. Dang it." So hopefully he found that funny and came over here and checked it out. I also had someone comment on one of my previous live streams. It wasn't my last live stream, but it's the one like with the thumbnail of Rayquaza, and I'm like throwing the Pokeball or the luxury ball, and it says only one left. Yeah, someone commented on that live stream before I went live tonight, and they said, "You are so bad at playing Pokemon. This is hard to watch." And I honestly, like, I sat for 5 minutes, like, because I'm not even mad. Like, it's like, this is genuinely funny, but like, how do I even respond to this? I'm not even playing Pokemon. I'm shiny hunting. This is a completely different concept. For one, tell me you've never played Pokemon without telling me you never played Pokemon. So apparently I made someone mad by shiny hunting like this. Like, I'm sorry I hurt your feelings that I'm having fun playing a video game. Phew, you gotta be fragile. So what did I say back? I think I just put like laughing emojis. I was just like, finding about 2 shinies a night is bad. You must be the Pokemon master. I was like, I've been expecting trolls, but it's like, if you want to troll me, I mean, at least give me, like, troll me on something credible. I don't know. Like, I'm bad at playing Pokemon. Like, I'm literally not even playing. I'm shiny hunting. And I feel like, I'm not trying to brag, but I feel like I do pretty good at it, considering we sometimes find 3 shinies in a stream. So you're married? No, I'm not married. Nope, single Pringle. But my hats are off to people that, are married, do have children, do go to work, and then still manage time to be a content creator and schedule. I mean, for me, it's like I don't even have wife, kids, nothing like that, but it's like it's a lot when you really put in the effort of making the thumbnails, making the shorts, making long form videos. Like I have a short releasing Tuesday, pretty much kind of going through the process of just saying like Pokemon Ruby cartridge, GB flash dumper, USB cable, and so I'm just kind of just briefly going over, duplicating the save files. Pretty much a tutorial of how to shiny hunt like this, but I need to work more on my long form video. In case y'all ever want to get a YouTube channel monetized, you've got to have 1,000 subscribers. For the full monetization, you got to have 1,000 subscribers, and then you have one of the following: either 4,000 watch hours on your long form videos, or 10 million views on your shorts. Now, 10 million views on your shorts, you got to do that within 3 months. The 4,000 watch hours on your long form videos, you get 12 months to do it. So, needless to say, getting 4,000 watch hours on your long form videos is easier, in my opinion, if you can use your shorts to funnel traffic to your long form videos. I believe is a phenomenal strategy. Because my watch hours are doing a lot better than I ever thought they would since I started streaming. I think the first month of me streaming, I hit 500 watch hours. Which, like I said, you only need 4,000 for the year to get monetized. I'm under 200 subscribers, so I mean, I'm well off from, like, it'll be a long time before, like, I get this channel monetized, in my opinion, unless I hit some exponential growth. But as soon as I get the 1,000 subscribers, then, you know, the watch hours, you know, pretty much be where they're at, which is a pretty good pace for me. I like it a lot. And it's like, you know, I started this channel, and I still do this, you know, not for a monetization reason. I love doing this. I used to watch shiny hunts and wanted to shiny hunt like this, and figured, why not stream it? And since I stopped drinking alcohol about, I guess for about 8.5 months now, reading more, starting this YouTube channel, yeah, I mean, my life's been, from where my life was a year ago, my life is completely different the way where it is now. To where it's like, pretty much my life a year ago at this point was getting off work. I'd probably just now be getting home from the bar. It's 2:30 a.m. where I'm at. I'd probably just now be getting home from the bar. Probably the money that I made from work is probably what I just went to go spent at the bar. I tip very well, so it doesn't matter if I was in there a long time or not. I spent a lot of money at the bar. So yeah, just be coming home about this point in the night with pretty much worked for free. I'm drunk and too drunk to even play a video game. So like, that was pretty much my life. Go to bed, wake up, repeat. Take the Pokeball, yes. And so now it's very different, you know. Get off work, come home. If it's time to stream, if it's the night for me to stream, I'll stream. If it's not, then I'll take that opportunity to make thumbnails for upcoming streams in the week, or I'll make shorts. I may not do the voiceover that night. I might just make like the visual and then go back the next day in Adobe Premiere Pro and do like a voiceover. I love CapCut. I use CapCut for everything on my phone, on the computer, but the only thing I use Adobe Premiere Pro for, which I would like to tell myself this is not a waste of money, but I do pay for Adobe Premiere Pro just for the audio, which is, I feel like my audio on my shorts is not even that great, but I can at least see the decibels, which is like, I can't figure out how to do that in CapCut. So in Adobe Premiere Pro, I can see if I'm hitting at negative 12 decibels, if at some point I'm going up to negative 3, you want it really at negative 6 for a good voiceover dialogue. So sometimes I try to keep it like that negative 7 or negative 5. I'll shoot for that range. Let's see here. Just noticed the stream started lagging. Interesting. I wonder why it does that, like, randomly sometimes. I'm gonna talk to Windstream. Oh, you gotta be kidding me. It's so confusing too, because I thought it was the fact that I'm just like streaming off Wi-Fi, which I did for a month and for hours and no issue. But yeah, I went and got an Ethernet cable, and then it's like it almost made it worse. I was like, how's that even possible? But I think it's just something with the fact that I live here in a tourist town. Like, even though they're not running off my Wi-Fi, like when you got a lot of people in a little bitty village like this, because where I live, we get millions of visitors every year, but there's only about 600 people that have this kind of address. So this is spring break, so, and it is a Friday night. Could be a lot of people in town. It could be affecting the Wi-Fi. So pretty much what I gotta do is just bite the bullet and get some kind of streaming package on my internet, which Should be much more. I mean, it'd be worth it. I'll pay it. I can quit dealing with laggy streams. Alright, let's see here. Alright, we're gonna get this guy soon. Feel like playing Leaf Green soon? Yes. Leaf Green is a great game. I love all the OG games. Any Pokemon game for a Game Boy, it's legit. Now, I will admit, you know, I was in kindergarten or first grade when I first got Pokemon Red. Speak of the devil, I think I got him sitting right here. This bad guy. And then, you know, I played Red. I'm not trying to sound like a spoiled brat, but I had all the Pokemon games. I've played them all. Up until the 4th generation. Pearl and Diamond. By then I was in middle school. I turned my focus to football, wrestling, calling girls after 9 o'clock because the minutes were free. So that was kind of where I went after that. I didn't really play Pearl and Diamond until after I graduated high school. Kind of like circled back, started playing some more Pokemon. Huh. Alright. Let's see. I would love a shiny Eevee one day. Yes. Yes, Evelyn. You were absolutely right. Shiny Eevee is so cool because the versatility of it. For one, it's got a cool like ghost-like color to it. Looks like a ghost Eevee or something because it's so like white. But then you got the choice of several different shinies. You can get a shiny Flareon, shiny Vaporeon, shiny Jolteon. Which I always like to state the fact that Jolteon, I mean, people probably realize nowadays, and it's not that much of a secret, but Jolteon is lightning fast. Like fast. Like might be the fastest Pokemon in the game. It's so fast. I feel like my stream is lagging occasionally, but then it'll be fine for like 5 minutes and then like spend like 10 seconds lagging. Yeah, I could do without that, so I'm gonna make sure I get that fixed. I know I've been saying that, but it's like it's been acting right for the first 3 hours of the stream. Alright, let's see here. Beldum. Nope. Ah, whoops. Did not mean to do that. But so what else? You know, like I said, you can get shiny Flareon, shiny Jolteon, shiny Vaporeon, shiny Sylveon, shiny Umbreon, shiny Espeon, shiny Leafeon, shiny Glaceon. I think I hit them all. I think someone mentioned in this new Pokemon game there's gonna be like a ghost type Eevee. Like a evolution, if you will. I will say as a shiny hunter what's frustrating is when the shiny sprite is so very similar to the original sprite. Like why? Why? And Leafeon's one of them. Hate to pick on Leafeon, but it is a good Pokemon, but I just wish the shiny sprite was fixed to something. Gengar is another one of those that has fell victim to a near similar shiny sprite when it is so worthy of having a, like, you know, like a black Gengar sprite or like even a white one. And who else? Regice is another one that's like, I can't even tell. Natu we found a shiny Natu in the Safari Zone, like 15 minutes of a stream. And honestly, I didn't even think it was a shiny at first. I mean, I saw him. He just looked slightly different than the other Natu that had popped up on the screen. And that's what kind of caught my eye. Otherwise, like, had he been the only one that popped up, I would have been like, that's just a normal Natu. Let's keep going. You must be proud to be a brand new man. Oh, you're talking about like not drinking. Yeah. You know, I thought like physically, I feel like I would have more energy, and I think I do a little bit because like my days off, I used to like just sleep so much, like back when I was an alcoholic. But you know, I say alcoholic as a loose term because everyone has their own definition for alcoholic. I feel like, for me, I was consistently relying on it for work. Like if I get to work at 4 o'clock in the evening, I'm telling myself, you know, I won't start drinking until 7. But then by 5:30, you know, I'm on it. And I did that for years. So I finally got a grip on that. And so a very funny series of events that happened. But my dog had passed, and in the aftermath of that, I started reading. So when you'll learn something about me. Like whenever I have something traumatic happen to me, I try to make a big life change, make something good happen out of it. So when my dog passed, that was my best friend. So I started reading, yada yada. After I started reading, I was reading Harry Potter. That's when my grandfather passed. So I'm reading, you know, one night after my grandfather passed, and I read the part in Order of the Phoenix where Snape is trying to tell Harry about occlumency. He's trying to teach him, you know, how to block out your mind. You know, so the Dark Lord don't get in, and he's like telling him about emotions. He's like, you know, if you cannot control your emotions, you are easy prey for the Dark Lord. It was the words easy prey, because I had been struggling with like trying to quit alcohol, but I knew it was just like it was a mental thing that I couldn't get a hold of, and so it was something about reading that, like it clicked. Like I knew exactly what I had to do. I went to my boss and asked for 4 days off in a row, and in those 4 days I went home, pretty much locked myself here in the house, and yeah, quit drinking. Didn't drink for those 4 days, and after, you know, I wasn't really just trying to quit alcohol altogether. All I was really trying to do was, you know, get a hold on it, you know, to where like I don't wake up and I'm like thinking like, you know, where's that next shot coming from? But yeah, after 4 days, I was like, well, let's see if I can't go a week. And after a week, it was like, I think that's when people like around me, my friends, my family, telling me like they're proud of me. It's just like, I'm not doing anything. I'm just not drinking. You know what I mean? But then it made it feel like if I were to drink, I'd be letting people down. And then it was, but I think like it wasn't even that. It was more of like a personal, like, okay, like personal goal. Let me see if I can go a month. And after a month, you know, I felt very, very confident. But I was still, you know, I have friends that are former alcoholics that have defeated the disease, and they've given me phenomenal advice of just how to maintain, you know, just because once when you get it whooped, that doesn't mean you've won. You might have won the battle, but the war still ain't over. That's what I'm still fighting. I'm still fighting the war on it, because my birthday is 2 days before Christmas. So mind you, I stopped drinking July 29th of last year. And my biggest concern was actually like when I get to my birthday, 2 days before Christmas, that's when I go ham. Typically the last week of the year, my birthday, the next day's Christmas Eve, next day's Christmas, then you got New Year's Eve coming on, you know. So I kind of like, I was worried about that, but when that time came, I just worked right through it. You know what I mean? I stayed focused. By then, I had started a YouTube channel, and I was giving a lot of focus into that. But dry mouth over here. Beldum. But yeah, what am I doing? There we go. Totally lost train of thought there for a second. There we go. Boom, boom, boom. So you see, the alcohol might have already done its damage. But, yeah. So that was a good little story time, I hope. I'm not sure I finished it, but... Forgot how I even got on that conversation. I heard Electrode is the fastest Pokemon, but Jolteon is still pretty fast himself. Yeah, you could be right on that. You know what? Let's do a little fact check, because I would like to know myself. I got pretty much all the Pokemon in the game back here. And, oh yeah, it won't give you an exact level. We'll just kind of show you like an amount. And yeah, I can already tell you they're going to be pretty much all the way up on that. I felt like when I was talking about, I was going somewhere with the conversation, but see, where did I end at? Oh yeah, I was worried about the drinking aspect of things, like around my birthday, but it really wasn't a concern, you know. I didn't really think about it, but it was about a month ago when I went on a family vacation in Vegas. I didn't even realize till I got out there in Vegas. I'm still an alcoholic. I did not drink. I'll tell you, I did not drink when I was in Vegas, but I'm telling you right now, that was one of the hardest things I've ever had to do, was fight that urge, because the vibe in Vegas is to drink, to have fun. That's why you're there. And like, you know, that's just kind of my thing, you know. But no, so that was a big personal victory for me to not drink in Vegas last month, because by then it had been about 7 months, and you know, started thinking that like, you know, I'm not an alcoholic no more. I can handle this. I can do this. Yeah, no, I'm really proud of myself. I'm really proud of myself, because if I make the excuse of, oh, well, I can, you know, I went 7 months no alcohol, I should be fine to handle it, you know, because that's all I really was wanting to do, is just get a handle on it. I know myself well enough that if I make an excuse once, then I'll make that excuse twice. So, trying to have a little bit more of a self-discipline about myself. Still learning what self-discipline is. It's not beating yourself up after you make a mistake, actually, believe it or not. It's, you know, when you got something over here you want to do, you need to do, but you don't want to do it. Can you make yourself just do it? Like Nike said. That's why they make millions off of t-shirts, because it's such a hard psychological problem for so many people. It's to just do it. Like, you want to lose weight, just do it. Get up off the couch, go running, eat healthy, just do it. But that's not what self-discipline is. Like, there's so much more to self-discipline than that. Because you got something over here. You know you're not supposed to do it, but you really want to. Can you make yourself just not do it? And making those decisions to, you know, do the things you need to do and don't do the things that you don't need to do. Those are decisions that propel you forward to success, I believe. And, you know, also trying to make a habit of giving it my all every single time, which, you know, is something that we all would like to think we do all the time, but, you know, it's human nature to get lazy. So I try to keep, you know, a discipline and give my all as a habit, not for the company. Well, let me tell you something right now. When you see me busting tail at my job, just know it is not for the company. It is for my, it's not about cheating the company. It's about cheating me out of my own personal successful habits of showing up on time, doing my job correctly, not complaining about it, going home after work. I mean, you know, that's what a good employee should do. And I gotta go, but I'm gonna watch more of my family. Awesome. I appreciate you coming in, Kuyo. I really appreciate it. I always enjoy the company. The conversations are always great. And love to have fellow subscribers in here that are engaging in the chat as well. So yeah, hats off. Thank you so much. Appreciate you coming in here. I love the support from this channel, or this channel gets, I should say. It's been amazing, absolutely amazing. Now, I know I alluded to it earlier, but to full circle back on it, yeah, my life is drastically different now than it was a year ago, but in the best possible way. Maybe not the best possible way. I still wish I had my dog and my grandpa, but like I said, when something traumatic happens, I believe it's important, to me anyway, to make a change, to make a difference. That way I can always look back on that and say, you know, that's what came about that, you know. When my dog died, you know, I started reading. And it was because I was reading that when my grandfather died, that I got inspired from that book to quit drinking. So, you know, it's like a snowball effect, I guess, if you will. So I feel like it's been a really good practice to have. So I have to keep with it. Hopefully no more traumatic stuff happens, so I don't have to keep making changes. You know, that would be ideal. But, you know, also I believe a good perspective to have on life is, if you believe everything's going to go your way, it's going to go right, you're going to be one miserable dude. You need to be persistent, expect the unexpected, and know that things are not going to always go your way, but that's where real champions are made, right there. Persistence to overcoming adversity. Let's see here. Surprised we ain't found this little booger yet. Alright. Alright, I'm gonna take a quick... And if y'all wonder why I take so many breaks on this channel, you don't know, I only take like a 3-4 minute break. It's because the soft resetting, it's not like just, I don't hold the controller like this. I hold it like this, so I can speed like this. Go through and hit that. And so when we go through and check the Pokemon, wow, that's horrible. Do a soft reset like that. So it's a very awkward way I hold the controller, but pretty much gives me a express lane to carpal tunnel. So I do like to take a break about every hour and a half, just like, even if I don't need a break, like if I don't, this hand is gonna be Scary Movie 2. The hand that was in the mashed potatoes, yeah, that's gonna be my hand. Let's see here. And I would just like to find this shiny Beldum, and then we'd just be done with it. Just call it quits, you know what I'm saying? It's like, yo, alright, now we're on to Reggie Rock, Reggie Steel, Reggie Ice. And who was it? Was it Kuyo or Evelyn who's a shiny hunt? I think it's Kuyo who's shiny hunting in the ancient ruins, the little desert area. So I told him that if we found the shiny Beldum, we would go set up over there at ancient ruins, and I would go through on the live stream. Honestly, it does take a good 10 to 15 minutes. But I'll go through and I'll delete the save files. Like, you know, there's 8 save files here, and when we find the shiny, only one will have the shiny. So essentially, I'll go through and delete 7 save files. I'll keep the one that has the shiny. I'll rename it Shiny 1, and then we'll duplicate Shiny 1, to where we got Shiny 1, Shiny 2, Shiny 3, Shiny 4, all the way to Shiny 8. After I've went to the desert and saved in that area. Pretty much is how that works. And if y'all are watching, y'all want to know how the shiny hunt like me, I do have a video coming out Tuesday. Pretty much just kind of walking through the process of taking your cartridge, the GB flash dumper, get a USB cable, sync with a PS5 controller. The short that comes out Tuesday is actually just kind of a briefing over it. It doesn't go into quite a lot of detail, if I'm being honest. But I will be making a long form video that goes into excruciating detail of how to shiny hunt like this. So I will be doing that very soon. In case y'all ever want to do this yourself, like I said, I'll just get you a cartridge, GB flash dumper, and you're good to go. Anyway, I'm gonna take that quick break. I'll be right back. Alright, we're back. I do believe my hand is uncramped, so should be good to go. Alright, here we go. Boom, boom, boom. I also want to check my internet. I've noticed that this stream is atrocious. as far as the dropping frames. Yeah, see the frames dropping. Horrible. Surprised y'all are even watching. Thank y'all for being here. Let's see here. I can actually do a little something. Make it a little bit more manageable. Apply. Okay. Alright, that might make it a little bit better. Perfect. Alright, we'll do that. It may not be as quality, but at least we'll stop dropping frames so much. Alright, I'm ready to find the shiny Beldum. He's, I wouldn't say he's over odds, just because this does take longer. But pretty soon we will be at odds for him. Let's see here. Boom, boom, boom. Ah. Well, that sucks. Alright, now. Crazy workflow. Alright. Back to the grind. Let's see, I think we've been going about 3.5 hours. And they say, you know, if I go every 4 seconds, like I was with the Rayquaza, we should hit the shiny odds in 1 hour and 18 minutes. Well, this is taking about 7 seconds. So maybe not quite as long. So I'd say about 3.5 hours, which is where we're at now, should be hitting the shiny odds. So let's see. Alright. Keep trucking. And nothing. Alright. We're gonna get this. I am confident. I have the faith. My stream is so laggy that I see it on my phone actually just now to where I'm going to the restroom. Like, that's crazy. I was like, it was at least 5-10 minutes ago. Oh. Alright, good enough. Let's see. Boom, boom. So yeah, what I'll do is, which I meant to do it this week, but the streams were doing pretty well this week. They weren't getting laggy. Well, I think one did, like slightly, but I was like, okay, maybe the internet issues over. Maybe it's something that had to do with overseas. I don't know. But yeah, there's no avoiding it now. Boom. Some of these are still overlapping, but like I said, it's not going to be that big concern to me. Some of them will overlap, but like this here, we got gentle, bashful, docile, 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 relaxed, docile, gentle. Yeah. That's a few of them on the same frame. Like I said, there's really no way I can avoid that. With the amount of space I have in this house and keep it linear. Like, yeah, it's already been a struggle. There we go. That's what we're looking for right there. Boom. That kind of speed anyway. Because I can keep up this speed and pace. I mean, we should be able to find it in a reasonable amount of time. And this will be the first stream in a while that we have not found a shiny. But I'm confident we'll find one in the next few hours. The last stream we found shiny Rayquaza and caught it. Because on the stream before that we found 2 shiny Rayquazas. Caught neither one. But oops. It's because Rayquaza knows Outrage, which can confuse himself. Which causes him to hurt himself in his own confusion. Oh, what's up, Mask Machine? Glad you're back in here. So, yep. Let's see what we got going on up in here. Yeah, we're still looking for a shiny Beldum. Spent the back half of the last stream looking for him. Spent the entirety of this stream looking for him. I'm confident we'll get him. I'm confident. Boom. Oh, what's up, Kuyo? Glad you're back. Glad you're back. So yeah, we no luck yet, but we're gonna get this thing. I'm very confident. And like I was saying, you know, when we have encounters at every 4 seconds, someone told me the odds will hit about an hour and 18 minutes in. Well, we're about 3.5 hours in, and I know this is taking about 7 seconds. So with my math, I'm thinking statistically, this tree should fall any second. And sometimes it do be like that. Alright, there we go. Whoops. Boom. And nothing. Alright. Let's do this. And Kuyo, I have to ask, was it you that asked if I was going to do the Beldum hunt a few streams ago? And I was like, you know what? Because you ask, I am. I was trying to think of who asked about the Beldum hunt. Because I was kind of already like anticipating like doing it, but I think I just needed someone to ask, like, you gonna do Beldum? Like, yeah. Hey, might as well. This is a pretty cool pseudo-legendary, I guess you could say. I guess all we have left is the legendaries of Regirock, Registeel, Regice, and Latios. We already caught the shiny Groudon. We already got our hands on a shiny Rayquaza, which is crazy. But you want to see the shiny Rayquaza? There he is. He's our newest addition to the team, Fifi. Ah, crap. Alright. I'm not giving up. If anything, I'm going to pick up the speed. Looking for shinies in all the wrong places. And you can't hide forever. You can run, but you cannot hide. Boom. Alright, let's go. Ah. Oops. Yeah, this is a very tedious hunt. It's gonna be worth it though when I find it. This actually might be the first shiny that I'm more excited about just not having to hunt him anymore than actually just finding the shiny. Who was it? Game Boy Cardi, I think, is who was looking for a shiny Squirtle. I think it took him like 7 streams. And when he finally found it, his reaction is pretty funny because he's just like, "There you are, finally!" Like, it was more of a relief than like a surprise, like excitement. Which I can relate to it. I can very much relate. Alright. Let's go. Ah. I hate it when I do that. It's like I'm literally pressing the right button, but it's because the angle I hold it, it pushes them down. So we gotta fix that up. Alright. Ramp it up a little bit. Let's get us a shiny Beldum. Alright. Nothing. It's alright. Keep chopping wood, the tree will fall. And we're taking about 8 chainsaws to this tree, so ain't got much. Alright, let's go. And what do we got? Nothing. Oops. And Grand Revelio. If you've ever played Hogwarts Legacy, you've heard Revelio probably 1,000 times. But that's probably like some of the most fun of the game is like going through and hitting Revelio and then finding the things that like are there, but you can't really see them until you hit Revelio. Yeah. Hogwarts Legacy is a great game. I'm waiting for Hogwarts Legacy 2 to come out. I'll be binge playing that. Probably won't do it live stream, but we'll probably keep the niche here. Pokemon, shiny hunting Pokemon, stuff like that. But yeah, I'll have to go through at some point and play Hogwarts Legacy 2 when that comes out. I am a Gryffindor, in case you're wondering. We fight on sight. Ain't no secrets up in this chamber. Huh. Alright. Alright. Let's see. There we go. Did that. Boom, boom. Boom. Alright. He's got to be around the corner. There's no way he's gonna hide all of the stream. Alright. maybe he will. But if anybody can find him, it's me. Because I'm stubborn too. I'm stubborn just like this little Beldum. I've been casually, like, here and there, like, going through, watching The Walking Dead again. I've seen The Walking Dead and the spin-offs and all that, but just kind of, because it's been probably 15 years or more since I've watched the beginning seasons, I've been going through lately and watching some of those. That's some really good storylines that really kicked off a good series there. But then, you know, it gets kind of bland. It's just kind of same old, and then trying to set up for something crazy. Season ender. It's what a lot of Walking Dead becomes. Like, you know, there's one big scene, but they'll have so much filler episodes to, like, lead up to it, and I think that's why a lot of people stopped watching, especially after Negan killed Glenn. It's like, for me, I felt quite the opposite. I was never, I mean, don't hate me, I liked Glenn, but he wasn't one of my favorite characters. But Negan, you kidding me? No, he was what the series needed, was a villain with a sense of humor. So, I actually really liked Negan. He was almost like the villain you wanted to pull for, which is, like, rare. Yeah, Jeffrey Dean Morgan does a really good job playing Negan, though. Almost to the point where, like, he does it so well that I can't watch Jeffrey Dean Morgan in another movie because I always see Negan. I think in that movie Fall, like, where those girls go climbing up on the tower, and they fall, whatever. The dad is Jeffrey Dean Morgan in that movie, Negan, which that's who I see him as, Negan. It was funny. There was a post, like a meme or comment or something. Someone was asking, "What's an actor that you see that from one movie that ruins a completely another movie because you've seen him in one movie?" And it was like J.K. Rowling. She was like, 3 guesses, referring to, like, Harry Potter. Like, it's funny. It's frustrating, like, when I talk about Harry Potter and then someone wants to be, like, very political about J.K. and her thoughts, and it's just like, do you like Harry Potter or not? I don't know. Because, I mean, I'll stay out of all that other stuff. I feel like people are entitled to their own opinions. I mean, I may not agree with your opinions, but that doesn't mean I have to hate you. Depending on what your opinion is. But chances are, I probably don't hate you just because you have a separate opinion than mine. I'll tell you, this Beldum. Stubborn little booger. Alright. Where you at? If he does that one more time, I'm gonna flip. I'm gonna flip like a Celio. Alright, did that. Boom, boom, boom. Let's see here. You know, earlier I was talking about, you know, the new Pokemon games. Trying to tear away tradition of Pokemon. You know, I do appreciate what they did with Pokemon Arceus, but it didn't hit home for me, unfortunately. It was close, but it didn't hit home for me. The whole Pokemon ZA, like taking out Adventure, taking out any route, taking out volcanoes, rainforests, Islands Adventure. Oh, yeah. They missed the mark hard on that. But Sun and Moon, a lot of people, for good reason, did not like Sun and Moon because there's no gems, and that's my biggest knock on it. Is like, you took one of the most iconic traditional pieces of Pokemon games and replaced it with something like, what was it, like the island challenges or something? Like, yeah, that, with the exception of that, if they would have actually had gyms in that game, I would have enjoyed it. Actually, it was, I kind of liked it, but I feel like it had a very immersive story as well. The story was very engaging, but yeah, just trying to mess with tradition is all they're doing. Let's see. This shiny Beldum, man, I tell you what. We're gonna get him soon. Alright, let's go. And I feel like I've been doing pretty good on the speed. Maybe I'm just getting unlucky here. Well, you see that sometimes I'm like completely missing the Pokemon, and then I'm so offset on one frame that I just go ahead and do a soft reset and say screw it. So that's not helping us, but it is what it is. You cannot hide forever. But yeah, really excited about what Kanto XP is doing over there on Twitch. Shiny hunting for a Gen 1 Charmander. I mean, that, you think this is a tedious process. He's getting 4 Charmander at a time, and he has to go through on each one of them. He pretty much has the stats memorized for the first level, for level 5 Charmander, but after that, you got to go through, evolve it, feed it a rare candy from doing the rare candy glitch, and then check that level. If those levels match, then you got to evolve it again. And then by then, if you're on the 3rd page, I think you've got like a 1 in 240 chance for it to be a shiny. But then you've got to match those up. So basically, you're just matching the stats to make sure it matches, whatever it shows on the graph or the chart. And then if you go all the way through and all its stats match up, then that means you have a shiny Charmander. And you can trade it to Gen 2, and you'll see the shiny Charmander sprite then finally. Yes, Gen 1 doesn't have shiny sprites, but you can find a shiny. So yeah, that's awesome. And that would be the shiny hunt. That would be the Pokemon I would shiny hunt for Gen 1. Like I said, after we get done with this, we're gonna find shiny Beldum, and then we're gonna find Regirock, Registeel, Regice. We're gonna find those shinies, and then we're gonna find shiny Latios. Honestly, I'm saying that could all be done within the next 2 weeks, and then we'll be starting on Pokemon Crystal, believe it or not. And like I said, I have not set in stone what I'm on a shiny hunt as a starter, but I'm really thinking about Chikorita. Little men never speak ill of Chikorita. Even though probably kid me really wants, the Typhlosion, but hey, Feraligatr is an absolute unit of a Pokemon too. So a bunch of those there had the same frame rate. Thing there is if I can go super fast there on the clicks, we do get very offset. So not wasting any more time checking the natures. Because I've also found that some of them may even just have different stats. I think the more I concern myself with that, the more time it takes to find the shiny, essentially. Boom. Yeah, this guy's elusive. This guy's Barry Sanders elusive. Jeez, what is going on, guys? Get it together. Alright, there we go. Boom, boom, boom. Ah. Alright. And what do we got? Nothing. Alright, boom, boom. Nothing. Well, let's see here. The last shiny hunt, well, I can't say the last, no, that was shiny Rayquaza. And we did get shiny Rayquaza in a reasonable amount of time, so cannot complain on that. But before that, the leap, yeah, we did 4 hours on a stream, and I was like, I'll just find him in my spare time. Another 3 to 4 hours later, I finally found him. Well, we spent a few hours, I know, on the last stream shiny hunting Beldum. We're about to be on 4 hours shiny hunting Beldum on this stream. So yeah, this guy's actually being a pain in the butt. Nothing there. Do that, do that. Boom, 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 boom. Ah. Yeah, see, quitters don't win, winners don't quit. So that's why we're getting a shiny tonight. Alright. Where is this building? Crazy. Alright. I just noticed on my stream that, like, half the time, half my head's cut off. That's funny. Huh. I mean, I hope his shiny sprite's like really white and evident. I'm like just trusting my peripherals half the time here. But I feel like it'll be very evident. Because he is like a very white, silver, shiny sprite. Pretty sure. Because if not, I've probably missed him. Ah. No, I went and I think I checked the other day just to make sure. And maybe it wasn't that much of a difference. Like, he still had like a blue tone to it, perhaps. We'll just have to see. Alright. Alright, let's go. Boom, boom, boom. Alright, we're getting this guy. Incredible. Well, I'm no quitter. So yeah, like I said, when we start that shiny only playthrough of Pokemon Crystal, I will be doing a Chikorita, I'm pretty sure, for the starter. And then the gym challenge of, you know, finding a shiny before every gym, which is what I started doing here, but then it was like, I would shiny hunt again and then find another shiny before the gym. So it's like I was finding multiple shinies before every gym. So I didn't really concern myself with it too much. Larkin. Hey, I appreciate that. Let's see. Boom. What do we got? Nothing. Boom, boom, boom. Alright. Like I said, y'all, he's not going to hide forever. He might be stubborn, but he's not that elusive. But yeah, man, I appreciate all the support, man. I hope I can get you a shiny up in here. Let's see. Whoops. Missed one there. Well, shoot. What are we gonna do about this? I'm just so spoiled on this channel. It's like, by now we've already found 2 shinies. Huh. I must go on. I mean, he can show up anytime now. Because we've officially crossed the 4-hour mark. So, if it wasn't for Laleep, he might be taking the record. Yeah, because this guy right here wanted to take a metric forever to be found. Let's see here. Alright, what do we got? Nothing. Alright. Boom, 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 boom. Sometimes I worry, like, if this shiny sprite frame was in one of those where I just kind of, like, messed up and then did a soft reset. That just means I skipped it. Surely not, right? Who's doing that? Who's doing what? Let's see. Boom, boom, boom. And nothing. Oh, you were asking about shiny hunting probably in Gen 1. I think is probably what you're asking about. Who's doing that? His name's Kanto XP. He streams on Twitch. He also has a YouTube channel. And it's very educational value, a lot more than what I can offer on my channel currently. But yeah, he's got a lot of kind of just like teaching you, like, I don't know if you've ever heard about like getting like the level 100 Nidoking before Brock, but I mean pretty much tells you about that glitch, shows you about that. I think he also kind of goes through and like shows you about the Mew glitch. I'm not sure if he made a video on that yet. I think he did, but yeah. Kanto XP. He's a G. Been very supportive of my stream as well. He's typically in here at the beginning of the streams. Like I said, he's a father, husband. Does a phenomenal job of balancing his work, his channel, and his family. So my hats are always off to him. And like I said, I mean, he's got great content. I mean, it's very educational, informative. Creates the what am I trying to say? Value for the channel, which gives people, you know, the incentive to subscribe. You know, so I feel like he's got a really good thing going on, especially the rarity of that niche of shiny hunting Gen 1, which a lot of people don't even think is possible. That's nice. There we go. Boom. Bing bop boom bop bam. Let's see here. Boom. So yeah, I was in there in his Twitch stream watching that before I went live tonight. And so I definitely look forward to the future content he puts out. And like I say, he used to stream before. It's been a few years, but you know, I can tell he's very professional, like with his layouts and his stream. Compared to me anyway. As you see, I actually have no overlays in my stream. This is just, this layout is just pretty much just the video games and the shiny cam. Let's see here. Okay, what's going on, folks? There we go. Boom. Let's see, what do we got? Nothing. So, we'll keep trucking. I feel like 1 Mississippi. What? 1 Mississippi, 2 Mississippi, 3 Mississippi, 4 Mississippi, 5 Mississippi, 6 Mississippi. It's about 7 Mississippi pretty consistently. Which, again, someone said, you know, if I'm going every 4 seconds, which I was with Rayquaza, a little bit less tedious. About hour and 18 minutes is when we hit odds. So I'm thinking, okay, at 7 seconds, 3.5 hours, you know what I was thinking? But, nah. It's been 4 hours now, so it could just be one of those bad odd things. Let's see. I feel like my throat's really scratchy for this stream. It's like, I'm not sick or anything, but probably should be drinking something better than Coca-Cola. Some hydrating. Hydrating. Some Gatorade. Boom, boom, boom. There we go. Nice. All right. I'm amazed that we have not got the shiny yet. Which, I know this is very tedious and takes longer, but still, you would think that would be a very manageable time. Alright. Cranking up some speed now. Letting him clean this thing. Oh yeah, that's the speed I like right there. Not get the shiny though. Or even the Pokemon. Alright. I feel like this, with this speed, I mean, we've got to get it soon. I mean, holy moly. It's typically what I say when I find a shiny. More often than not. Holy moly. This guy's making me say it beforehand. Prematurely. Holy moly. Oh, you gotta be freaking kidding me. There we go. So you gotta start off hitting A, but then you gotta switch to B. So it's like on multiple emulators, like I gotta be really quick in my hands here. Otherwise I'll end up with one that doesn't even get picked. Alright. Zoom. That was good. No shiny. Incredible. Dude, he's not hiding from me. Not all stream. No. No. Alright. I'm not losing faith. No. Not me. Not this guy. Oh, I'm going to be so excited when we find this thing. Again, like I alluded to earlier, this is a carpal tunnel speedrun. Because I go here, do that, do that, do that, do that. If no shiny, boom. So because I'm constantly doing like that, it like cramps the top of my hand. But if we get the shiny, it's worth it. It just ain't worth it right now. So come on, Beldum. Alright, let's see. And the results. Yeah. Not the father. Alright, let's go. Let's crank it up, crank it up. I mean, this is probably the fastest flow we've had in the entire stream. So I'm going to try and ride this rhythm I've got going on here. Oh man, don't tell me that. Was that the shiny that I just missed? Surely not. No. Yeah, for a second there I was like, did I just miss a shiny? And believe me, if y'all notice that I miss a shiny, you ain't got to tell me. I'll be okay. I don't need to know that. I hate it when it does that. There we go. Alright. Let's see. If it does that one more time, I swear. Ooh, that was quick, but wasn't effective. Alright. I'm going for speed. And that was not the way I needed to hit that, because it all hit on the same one. I can tell you all these are probably the same nature. Yep. I'm trying to hit it at least 6 different frame, or you know, to where we got gentle, naive, bashful, hardy, brave, docile, naive, bashful. So naive and bashful, these two are You know, like I said, I'm looking for 6. I may not be hitting all 8 just for the practicality of this, but 6 is still very good. Huh. There we go. Huh. It's incredible. Boom, boom, boom. When do you think this button is going to fall off this PS5 controller? Went off consistently. For hours on end. It's the most frustrating thing about this. It keeps wanting to go down when I need to go to the right. Alright. See, those are the kind of rolls that we need. Where, like, they're all very different. That's what I'm looking for. Somebody's sock collection. There we go. Boom, boom, boom. That's crazy. Alright. Just gotta be coming around this mountain soon. Alright. It's like, I'm seriously expecting him every single time. I mean, he's due. It's what we call waiting at the door, looking out the window. You know, adjust my camera up a little bit. You know what? That'll be fun. Huh. All right. How much longer, Beldum? How much longer for you? All right. Let's see, what do we got going on here? He's hanging in there like a hair in a biscuit, ain't he? He will not be denied. Jeez Louise. There we go. That was a huge waste of time. That was super quick. Made up for it there. So let's see. Yeah, that was horrible. Alright. So yeah, that's where I need to be clicking super fast, is in that area, so we get serious. Man, would you look at that? horrible. Yeah, this is the most tedious hunt I've ever done, because there's not much of a delay between getting the Pokemon and giving it a nickname there. Yeah, that's part of another reason why this could be taking so long, because then I get offset, I have to reset, and then sometimes like these frames might be on the same. So yeah, I'll be so glad when we finally find this guy. Naughty, bold, modest, brave, mild, jolly, quiet, brave. Some of them are still like gonna be on the same frame, and there's just really nothing I can do about that. Even if I try to offset it on one, then it's gonna get over here, and then, but it won't be every time. So this, I think, pretty much just the best I can do with it. There we go. All right. Let's see what this looks like. Alright, I'm doing better on getting all different Pokemon now, but sometimes it just, like, you know, bold, relax, mild, adamant, relax, adamant, careful, lax, not relax, not lax and relaxed. Yeah, a few of them are still not very practical with it. Huh. Oh man, I'm so ready to find this shiny. That's very frustrating when he keeps walking down when he's supposed to be walking to the right. Huh. All right. And Grand Revelio. A very tedious hunt. Very tedious. Alright, let's see. Beldum. Nope. You're there. Nope. I'm not giving up. I'm not a quitter like that. I mean, we'll check back on that in a few hours. Oh wow, my stream is lagged so hard. Interesting. There we go. Boom, 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 boom. Do that. Boom, boom. All right, where are we at? That. All right. We're gonna get this guy. All right. Come on, just pick up the ball, would you? There we go. All right. Again, I'm gonna pick up some speed on this, and we're gonna get us a shiny Beldum, y'all. Got to have the faith. Alright. Boom, boom. Alright. Do that. Whoops. I feel like I'm getting a little better at that, but still it's just like, that's something referring to him walking downward when he's supposed to be walking to the right there. Yeah. Everything about this hunt's been a challenge. Docile, lonely, brave, sassy, jolly, lonely, lonely, mild. Yep. As expected. Whoa. Yeah. Yeah. He can't take the record. There's no way he beats Lil Leap in the record, but he is second place for the hardest shiny so far to find. And a lot of it's just these extra steps into hunting him. That's a big reason. But we'll get this guy. I mean, I feel like we got a bunch of different natures there, but there's always a few that overlap there. Which makes me glad I jumped up to 8 screens. So at least we are still getting like at least 6. He keeps walking down. And it's not the controller, I don't think. It's just the directional pad. If you hit over, but you push down slightly over on that button, you still go downward. Even though you're not hitting the downward button, you're going downward. There we go. And all right. Step back in here. Get my leg out. All right. You gotta be kidding me, dude. I didn't even check that one real good. I was just like, let's just get on with it. Boom, boom, boom. Hey, what's up with you guys? Wanna click a Pokemon? Alright. Look, I'm literally hitting the right button. He still wants to walk down. Alright. Hand's starting to cramp up again. Man, like a hair in a biscuit, he's hanging in there. Oh, I love that. That was super fast. Alright. And there's no telling how many shiny sprites I've probably could have encountered if I didn't get offset and had to soft reset like the wrong time kind of thing. Probably not, but I'll still think about it. Huh. Hey, I gotta go now, but hope you found the shiny. Hey, thank you for coming in, Kuyo. I appreciate that. But yeah, we probably won't find this shiny. He's being a little stickler for coming out, but you know, I'm gonna keep trying it. Keep trying it for a little bit longer, and then next stream, hopefully we shiny hunt for a legendary, not a pseudo legendary like this guy. So it'd be either Regice, Regirock, Registeel, or Latios. So hopefully we will get that one in the next stream. But I do appreciate you coming in, Kuyo. Really appreciate the support on the channel. Thank you for stopping by. Sorry we couldn't get you a shiny. But we will soon. We will get it soon. Let's see. Do that. Boom, boom. Nothing. Alright. Oh, I hate it when it does that. Alright. Boom, boom, boom. Nothing. Oh. It's the most frustrating part about this. It throws me off my rhythm so bad. When I get to right here and he starts to walk down. Because then I got a soft reset again. And it's like, once when you do something so many times, it's like, you got a rhythm. Everything about this is a rhythm. Alright, let's crank up the speed. Come on, dude. I'm going so fast on these clicks that it's making it go down. Alright, let's go. There we go. It's like, I know I've got to go really fast to get these things offset. But it's like, if I go too fast, I just can't. I just can't. I just can't. You see, it's frustrating when it's like, I got this guy doesn't even want to pick up a ball. Alright. Alright, let's get this guy. Alright. And nothing. It's making me put in some work. No. I really want to find this shiny Beldum. See how the internet's doing. Still pretty droppy. Huh. Do that, Boom, boom, boom. Nice. Do that. Huh. I swear, dude. I think if I hold my controller differently, that might actually help me. And believe it or not, I think it is. It makes soft resetting slow, but hey, that was really fast right there. Huh, alright. Boom, boom. Alright. I'm sure y'all can hear how fast I'm clicking over here. Hey, a little good is it doing. Like I said, I do take a lot of breaks because it is absolute hell on your hands. Alright, let's go. Boom, boom, boom. Alright. I'm not complaining. Oh, not me. Ugh. Yeah, I'll be so happy when I find this thing. Might just give it away when we find it. I'll tell you, I don't want it. I really don't. It's the principle. I want to find it because it's a pseudo-legendary. But do I want it? Do I want to raise it? Do I want to... No. Come on. This setup for Beldum, I think the Pokemon like Game Freak developers knew what they were doing with this. Because if you're going to use multiple emulators to shiny hunt, they made this one the pain. Along with fishing. It's a super pain for multiple emulators. Alright, may take a quick 3-minute break, let my hand uncramp. We'll be back and knock this out. Knock it out like Tyson. So yeah, it's just come to my attention that this stream is extremely laggy. Like, well, just a little bit. So there is no more putting off Windstream. I'm gonna have to call them on the fly. Ugh. There we go. Alright. We'll keep trucking. And what do we got? Nothing. Like I said, every once in a while you may see two screens that are similar, and they might be on the same frame. But again, there's not much I can do about that with these limited tiles, the spacing, with my setup basically. I do typically get 8 different Pokemon on the roll, but you see this one's a little bit different on the hunt. Occasionally we will get truly 8 different Pokemon here, but this is pretty much the best I can do. Rash, Hasty, Impish, Hasty, Naughty, Quirky, Rash, Hasty. Yeah, see, and sometimes just because of the same nature, it's not the same Pokemon. I mean, I've checked it multiple times here. They'll have different stats. Like, so I've got Rash, Bold, Quirky, Rash, Impish, Brave, Gentle, Lax. So I've got a lot of different ones there. I think the only ones that is the same is the 2 Rash. So if you check their stats, they do have the same stats. So that could be the same Pokemon. Hard to say. But hey, if we're getting 6 to 7 rolls out of this, then I'll be a-okay with that. There we go. Boom. Alright. Every time I try to go super fast is when I get messed up. There we go. That was super fast. It was Jimmy John's fast, but we didn't get it on all screens though. There we go. What in the world? How do we miss it on the screen? It's like just for purposes, like the principle. I've got to go back and just check that one Pokemon and waste that kind of time for it. Right, there we go. Boom. And alright, here we go. Big bucks, big bucks. All whammies. I did a pretty fast reset on that one. Like, if there was the shiny there, yeah, I probably would have missed it. Alright. There we go. That was a good one there. Huh. This is a frustrating hunt. Let's see here. Oops. I didn't see any shiny there. Nothing there. And nothing there. Oh. I'm getting a little slack with it now. Alright. Let me dial back in. Time to lock in, clock in. Oh. I'm amazed. We have not found the shiny. Alright, let's go. Whew. That's crazy. That is crazy. Alright, let's go. We're gonna get this guy. There we go. Nothing. I'm not losing faith. I'm just losing hope. Oh, you gotta be kidding me with that. Alright. Here we go. Moment of truth. Alright, if we get it right here, I get a shiny Beldum tattoo tomorrow. Oh, well. Can get a good try here. Nope. Alright, if we get it right here, I get a shiny Metagross tattoo tomorrow. You know, it's not technically fair if we don't get it here. So, maybe check that guy. No. Did the best I could do there, y'all. Did the best I could do. Alright, let's see. Nothing there. Alright. Yeah, this is definitely the most tedious hunt I've done on this channel. He's currently second place for the longest shiny hunt, with the exception of Mudkip, because we don't really count Mudkip because we didn't go this fast with it. We didn't have this many screens either. The Leap is the record. The Leap took a good 7 hours. This bad boy is at 4.5. Maybe pushing 5. So we're over odds now. Should be expecting this tree to fall any moment. It's crazy. There we go. I pretty much don't even have to look at the screen now. I can pretty much just do like this. See, that was perfect. I didn't even look at the screen. Huh. If I can keep that rhythm up. Nope. Nothing there. Tell you, when I end the stream, the first thing I'm going to have to do is eat. Should have ate before I came live. Oh yeah, I'm so hungry. I'm about to throw a bowl of cereal together. Ain't got time to cook nothing. Boom. Alright, this stream seems to be super laggy.